Hello everyone, and welcome back to xranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. I never wanted to believe anything unusual existed in those northern Minnesota woods. You grow up hearing stories around campfires, Bigfoot, Wendigos, skinwalkers, but they're just that, stories. At least that's what I told myself until 10 years ago when I was working nights at Slaughter Creek Bar and Grill, 20 miles from Pinewood Falls. My name's Jack Reynolds. I was 24, saving for college after a few years of drifting. Night manager wasn't glamorous work, but it paid decent and gave me plenty of quiet hours to study. Most nights followed the same pattern. Last customers out by midnight, clean up till 1, close the register, take out trash, lock up, and head home. Simple. The first time I noticed something was off was early October. I'd hauled 3 heavy bags to the dumpster the night before, making sure the lid was closed and the bungee cords were secured. Owner's orders after raccoons had made a mess the previous summer. But when I arrived the next evening, garbage was scattered 20 feet in every direction across the gravel lot. "Damn, raccoons are getting bold," I told Marv, the cook, while we picked up shredded wrappers and food containers. Marv grunted, tossing debris into a fresh bag. "Raccoons don't tear through industrial-strength bungee cords, Jack." I inspected the cords. He was right. They'd been snapped clean through, the thick rubber hanging limp from the metal hooks. "Maybe some local kids," I suggested. Marv just shook his head. "Maybe." This happened 3 more times that week. Each morning, despite new, thicker bungee cords, the dumpster would be ransacked. I replaced them with a chain and padlock. The next morning, the chain lay in the gravel, links pulled apart like they were made of paper. "This is getting expensive," Darla, the owner, complained as she surveyed the mess. "Set up the trail cam from your deer stand, Jack. Let's see what's doing this." That night, I mounted Darla's trail camera on the corner of the building, aimed directly at the dumpster. The following morning, the camera was gone. Mounting bracket ripped clean off the wall. 3 deep gouges marked the wood siding where it had been attached. That's when the feeling of being watched started. It was a Tuesday, just past 1 a.m. The lot was dark except for the single security light above the employee entrance. I hefted 2 trash bags in each hand and pushed the door open with my shoulder. The October air bit through my flannel shirt. 20 yards separated the back door from the dumpster, which sat at the edge of the gravel lot, where the forest began. I'd made it halfway when the sensation hit me. The hair on my neck stood up. My steps slowed. There was nothing visible, just the edge of dense pines and aspens looming black against the night sky. But I knew, I absolutely knew, something was watching me from those trees. Then I heard it, a deep, rumbling groan, like the sound a large animal makes when disturbed from sleep, but bigger than any animal I'd ever heard. The trash bags hit the gravel. I backpedaled, never taking my eyes off the tree line, fumbling for the door handle behind me. Inside, I locked the door and stood there breathing hard, feeling foolish but unwilling to go back out. "You're acting crazy," I told myself. But I left the trash there on the ground until morning. The next day, Marv found me checking the tree line for tracks. "What are you looking for?" he asked, lighting a cigarette. I told him about the noise, the feeling of being watched. "Probably a bear," he said, but I could tell he didn't believe it. That night, I came prepared. I brought a powerful flashlight and the small .38 revolver I kept in my truck. I wasn't planning to shoot anything. I'd probably miss anyway, but its weight in my pocket was reassuring. Around 1 a.m. I stepped outside with the trash. The night was silent except for the distant hoot of an owl. I tossed the bags into the dumpster quickly and scanned the edge of the forest with my flashlight. Nothing. Maybe Marv was right about it being a bear, and it had moved on. I was about to head back inside when I heard a rustling from behind the dumpster. I swung my light toward the sound. There it was, crouched beside the dumpster, partially hidden by the metal container. was a massive figure. My first impression was of size. It was huge, at least 8 feet tall even in its hunched position. The beam of my flashlight revealed a body covered in thick, matted black hair. Not fur exactly, more like human hair but coarser, hanging in tangled clumps. Its arms were proportionally too long, reaching down to its knees as it balanced on massive feet. And its face, God, its face. Neither human nor animal, but something in between. A wide, flat nose sat above a mouth that seemed to have too many teeth. But it was the eyes that froze me in place, deep set in a heavy brow ridge. They caught my flashlight beam and reflected back a dull, yellowish glow. For 3 eternal seconds, we stared at each other, its breath fogged in the cold air. Then I backed away slowly, keeping the light on it. The creature didn't move, just watched me retreat with those terrible eyes. Inside, I locked the door and collapsed into a chair, shaking uncontrollably. 5 minutes later, I heard heavy footsteps crunching on gravel, followed by the metallic groan of the dumpster lid being thrown open. Whatever was out there, it wasn't afraid of me. The next morning, trash was strewn everywhere, but the new bungee cords I'd attached were still there, torn apart like paper ribbons. I didn't tell anyone about what I'd seen. Who would believe me? But 2 nights later, Jake, our part-time cook, burst through the back door during his smoke break, face pale. "There's something out there," he gasped, "by the dumpster." "What did it look like?" I asked quietly. "Big, covered in black hair. Standing on 2 legs, but hunched over. I thought it was a bear at first, but—" He swallowed hard. "It turned and looked at me. Those eyes." "I've seen it too," I admitted. "We decided to try a different approach. If it was coming for food, we'd give it food. After closing, we filled a large metal tub with leftover fries, burger scraps, and other food waste, and placed it at the edge of the forest line. The next morning, the tub was overturned, completely empty, and the dumpster was untouched. "See, problem solved," Jake said nervously. But I wasn't convinced. What happens when it decides the scraps aren't enough? Our food offering strategy worked for nearly 2 weeks. Every night we'd leave the tub of scraps, and every morning it would be empty. No more destruction, no more encounters. I started to relax a little, though I still hurried through closing duties. Then came the night everything changed. Jake had called in sick. Darla had left early with a migraine. It was just me, alone in the building. Business had been slow. A Tuesday in late October usually was, and I'd closed up early, around midnight. I was mopping the kitchen floor when I heard a sound from the back of the building, a scraping like something heavy dragging across the gravel. Then silence. I froze, mop in hand, listening. Nothing. Continuing to clean, I tried to ignore the growing unease. 10 minutes passed, then I heard it, a distinct rattling of the back door, not like someone trying the handle, but like something large shoving against it. The mop clattered to the floor. The rattling grew more violent. I moved to the small window in the kitchen door that looked onto the employee entrance. Through the frosted glass, I could make out a massive shadow blocking the security light. The door shuddered in its frame. Wood splintered as something powerful struck it from the outside. I backed away, fumbling for my phone. The shadow shifted, and I caught a glimpse of a huge, hair-covered arm as the creature moved. It was trying to get in. Another blow hit the door, and I heard the top hinge crack. Whatever was out there, the door wouldn't hold it much longer. Panic took over. I sprinted through the kitchen, through the dining area, to the front entrance. Behind me, I heard the back door give way with a crash of splintering wood and the scrape of heavy feet on tile. I burst through the front door into the parking lot and ran to my truck, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out onto the highway, not looking back. I spent the night at a motel in Pinewood Falls. When I returned the next morning with Darla and the daytime cook, Sheila, the back door hung from a single hinge. Deep gouges, claw marks, scored the metal and wood where something had forced entry. Inside, nothing was stolen or damaged, but massive muddy footprints led from the back door through the kitchen to the pantry where bags of potato chips and bread had been torn open. The footprints measured nearly 17 inches long. "I'm calling the sheriff," Darla said, voice shaking. "This has gone too far." The sheriff's deputy who responded took pictures and measurements, but I could tell he didn't believe my story about what had been visiting our dumpster. He wrote it up as vandalism, suggested better security lights and cameras, and left. I handed Darla my resignation that afternoon. I couldn't spend another night in that building, watching the tree line, waiting for those eyes to appear again. "You sure about this, Jack?" she asked, reluctantly taking the paper. "I'm sure," I said. "Whatever's out there, it's claimed this place as its feeding ground, and I don't plan to be around when it decides to come inside again." I left northern Minnesota 2 weeks later, enrollment papers for a community college in Wisconsin already filled out. Sometimes when I'm driving back roads at night, I find myself scanning the tree line, watching for movement, for those terrible glowing eyes. I've told this story a few times over the years. Most people laugh it off as a bear encounter or an overactive imagination. But Jake still works up at Slaughter Creek. He called me last winter, voice tight with fear. "It's back," he said simply, "and this time it's not alone." I hung up and blocked his number. Some things are better left in the dark. Story 2. I never planned to see a Sasquatch. Hell, I didn't even believe in them. But that changed in September 2002, when what should have been a routine bear-watching excursion in British Columbia turned into something I still struggle to explain. My name's Daniel Morrison. I'd saved up vacation days from my job at the lumber mill back in Oak Ridge for this trip. I'd always wanted to see grizzlies in the wild, from a safe distance, of course. So I signed up for a bear-watching tour led by Mark Wilson, a leathery-faced guide in his 50s who'd spent 30 years in these woods. The morning of September 17th was crisp and clear. 6 of us gathered at the small wooden dock jutting into the river. Me, an older couple from Minnesota named Hal and Betty, a father and teenage son from Seattle, and a woman traveling solo named Jeannie. Mark greeted us with firm handshakes and a brief safety talk. "Stay seated in the boat. No loud noises, no food in your pockets." His voice was gruff but confident. "These bears don't want trouble, and neither do we." The aluminum boat hummed to life, and we pushed off into the current. The water reflected the sky's blue perfectly while dense forest pressed in on both banks. Towering pines and hemlocks created walls of green. The air smelled of river water and pine sap. "We'll head about 3 miles upriver," Mark explained as he guided the boat. "There's a bend with a wide gravel bar where the salmon bunch up. Bears know it's an easy meal." For 20 minutes, we cruised upstream, the outboard motor's steady drone mingling with the occasional bird call. The hills rose steeply from both sides of the river, creating a channel that made me feel small and insignificant. Hal took photos, while his wife pointed out eagles perched high in the trees. "Cut the chatter when we get close," Mark warned as we rounded a final bend. He throttled down the engine to a whisper. "They'll hear us coming, but we don't want to spook them." The boat drifted toward the far bank, and Mark killed the engine completely. We floated silently as the current pushed us alongside a wide gravel bar littered with smooth stones and fallen trees. That's when we saw them. A female grizzly with 2 cubs, maybe yearlings, paced along the edge of the shallows. The cubs splashed at the water's edge, batting at something, probably salmon. About 50 yards downstream, a massive male bear stood motionless in the current, head down, watching for fish. "That big boy's around 700 pounds, Mark whispered. "Been seeing him here for 4 seasons now." The male suddenly lunged, plunging his head underwater. When he came up, a large salmon thrashed in his jaws. In one smooth motion, he carried it to shore and pinned it with heavy paws. I felt my heart hammering against my ribs. The bears were closer than I'd expected, maybe 60 yards at most. The boat drifted into an eddy, spinning slowly as Mark occasionally nudged the oar to keep us positioned. For 45 minutes we watched the bears fish. The mother caught 3 salmon, sharing them with her cubs. The male caught 4 more. It was mesmerizing, primal. These massive predators were completely in their element, powerful yet precise. That's when everything changed. The female suddenly froze, her snout rising to test the air. The cubs, sensing their mother's alertness, stopped playing and huddled against her. Across the gravel bar, the male also lifted his head, nostrils flaring. "What's happening?" Jeannie whispered. Mark didn't answer. His knuckles whitened around the oar. All 4 bears stared in the same direction, upstream, into the dense forest beyond the gravel bar. The mother bear huffed, a sound that carried clearly across the water. Then, without warning, she shepherded her cubs toward the tree line. They moved with surprising speed, abandoning the salmon they'd worked so hard to catch. The male bear followed moments later, his massive form disappearing into the trees like a ghost. "Mark," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the sudden silence. "What spooked them?" Mark didn't answer immediately. His eyes scanned the tree line where the bears had vanished. The muscle in his jaw twitched. "We should head back," he finally said, reaching for the outboard starter cord. "But what happened to the bears?" the teenage boy asked. Mark's hand paused on the cord. His eyes never left the forest. "Listen." We fell silent. At first I heard nothing unusual, just water lapping against the boat and the distant call of a raven. Then it came, a deliberate crack of breaking wood from the forest edge. Not the random snap of a falling branch, but the sound of something large moving through the undergrowth. Another crack followed, then another. Heavy footsteps, bipedal footsteps, moving parallel to the river's edge but still hidden among the trees. "Is it another bear?" Betty whispered, clutching her husband's arm. Mark shook his head almost imperceptibly. The footsteps stopped. The forest went completely silent. No birds, no insects, nothing. Just the sound of 6 people trying to breathe without making noise. Then I saw movement in the shadows between 2 massive cedar trees. Something large shifted in the darkness. My eyes strained to make sense of the shape. It stepped forward, just 1 pace, just enough to be partially visible in a sliver of sunlight that penetrated the canopy. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. It stood upright on 2 legs, tall, at least 7 feet, maybe more. Broad shoulders covered in dark brown hair that hung long over massive arms. The hair wasn't like a bear's fur, it was longer, shaggier, especially around the shoulders and back. The creature shifted slightly, and I saw its face. Not a bear's snout, not quite human, not exactly ape-like either. A wide, flat nose sat above what looked like a mouth set in a permanent grimace. Heavy brow ridges shadowed its eyes, but I could feel its gaze. Deep, intelligent eyes scanned our boat, moving from person to person. It knew we were watching it. It wanted us to see it. For 3 heartbeats, maybe 4, it stood there, half exposed in that shaft of light. Then it took a deliberate step backward, melting into the shadows as silently as it had appeared. No one in the boat moved. No one spoke. I realized I'd been holding my breath, and finally let it out in a shaky exhale. "Mark," I managed to say, my voice barely audible. "Was that... We're leaving. Now." Mark yanked the starter cord, and the outboard roared to life, shattering the silence. He spun the boat around, pointing us downstream, back toward the dock. The sudden noise and motion broke the spell. Everyone started talking at once. "Did you see that?" Hal's voice shook. "What was it?" his wife asked, her face pale. "A Sasquatch," the teenage boy said, excitement overriding his fear. "It was a freaking Sasquatch!" Mark opened the throttle wider, sending us skimming over the water faster than we'd come upriver. His eyes kept darting to the shoreline, watching the trees slip past. "Mark," I said louder this time, moving toward the stern where he stood at the tiller. "That wasn't a bear." Mark's weathered face was tense. For a moment I thought he wouldn't answer. Then he sighed. "No, it wasn't a bear." He kept his voice low, though the engine noise would have covered our conversation from the others. The bears always know first when they're around. Seen it happen 3 times before in 30 years. Bears clear out fast when they smell 'em. "You've seen those things before?" I couldn't bring myself to say Sasquatch out loud. Mark nodded once, eyes still scanning the shoreline. "Twice clear as day, like today. Once just glimpsed movement. They usually stay deep in the backcountry, don't like being seen. But this one wanted us to see it." Mark's voice hardened. "That's what I don't like. That's why we're leaving." I fell silent, processing this. Behind us, the others were still excitedly comparing notes on what they'd witnessed. Jeannie was checking her camera, disappointed she hadn't managed to get a photo. "Don't bother explaining it to park rangers or writing it up in some report," Mark said after a while. "I tried that the first time, got laughed at, nearly lost my guide license. These days, I just get my clients out when they show up. You think it might have, I don't know, come after us?" The question sounded ridiculous, even as I asked it. Mark's grip tightened on the tiller. "Never seen one aggressive toward people. But I don't like staying around when they're this close. They're powerful, and we don't know what they want." The remainder of the journey passed in tense silence. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see the creature pacing us along the shoreline. The others gradually quieted too, their initial excitement giving way to uneasy glances at the dense forest sliding past. Even the teenage boy stopped talking, his earlier enthusiasm dampened by the guide's obvious concern. The dock came into view, and I felt relief wash over me. Mark brought the boat alongside with practiced ease. As we disembarked, the group's nervous energy bubbled up again in a rush of conversation. "We should report this," Hal said, still clutching his camera. "To who?" his wife asked. "Who would believe us?" The Seattle father checked his watch. "We need to get back to town before dark anyway." Mark secured the boat and faced us. "Tour's over, folks. Thanks for coming." His tone made it clear he wasn't going to discuss what had happened. The others drifted toward the parking lot, still talking excitedly among themselves. I lingered behind, watching Mark coil a rope with mechanical precision. "Mark," I said quietly, "that thing scared away a 700-pound grizzly." He paused, rope in hand, and finally met my eyes directly. "Yeah, it did. So they're real. All those stories. Some stories are just stories." He resumed coiling the rope. "Some aren't. Have they ever hurt anyone? Attacked anyone?" Mark sighed, glancing toward the forest that pressed close to the small clearing where the dock sat. "Official answer is they don't exist, so officially no." He lowered his voice. "Unofficially, there's places even the most experienced backcountry guides won't go. There's hunters who've come back without their gear, refused to talk about what happened. There's trappers who've found their lines broken and twisted in ways animals can't manage." A chill ran through me despite the afternoon sun. "And what do you think?" Mark finished with the rope and straightened up. "I think they've been here a lot longer than us. I think they mostly want to be left alone. And I think we're lucky when all they do is show themselves and walk away." He shouldered his pack. "Head back to town, Daniel. Have a drink. Tell your story if you want. But no, most folks won't believe you. That's probably for the best." With that, Mark walked toward a small shed where equipment was stored, effectively ending our conversation. I stood alone on the dock for a moment, staring at the river flowing past, carrying water from deep in those mountains. The same mountains where something impossible had just revealed itself to us. The drive back to my motel was a blur. My hands shook slightly on the steering wheel. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind, the creature's deliberate movements, those deep eyes that had locked with mine for a heartbeat. Not animal eyes, something else. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay awake, listening to the sounds outside my window, the normal sounds of a small town at night, so different from the perfect silence that had fallen over the forest when the creature appeared. I'd come to British Columbia to see bears in their natural habitat. Instead, I'd glimpsed something that shouldn't exist, something that had stood in the shadows of North American forests watching us, perhaps for centuries. The bears always know first. Mark's words echoed in my head as dawn finally broke. I packed my bags and checked out of the motel, heading south toward the border, back to the familiar world of Oak Ridge, where tall tales stayed firmly in the category of fiction. But I knew what I'd seen, and sometimes in the years since, walking in woods back home, I've caught myself listening for heavy, deliberate footsteps and scanning the tree line for watching eyes. Because now I know the truth. There are things in the deep woods that even bears fear, things that choose when to be seen, and sometimes they choose to let you see them. Story 3. I flipped the last switch on my pre-descent checklist and nudged the yoke forward slightly. The Beechcraft King Air 350i responded smoothly, banking gently toward our approach vector to Bozeman. Clear skies made for an easy flight from Spokane, just the kind I liked when flying charters. My passengers, a family of 4 heading to their vacation home, were quiet in the cabin behind me. The father had dozed off 20 minutes after takeoff, and the kids were glued to their tablets. "Looks like we're ahead of schedule, Tim," my co-pilot Jeff Winters said beside me, tapping his watch. "Weather's holding nice." I nodded, scanning the instrument panel. "Can't complain about that. Should be on the ground with time for a decent lunch before the return leg." The landscape below us stretched out in a vast wilderness tapestry. We were cruising at 21,000 feet over the remote Idaho Panhandle, that narrow strip that separates Washington from Montana. Dense pine forests carpeted the mountains, broken occasionally by rocky outcroppings and the silver threads of streams. I'd flown this route dozens of times in my 15 years as a commercial pilot, the last 5 with Northwest Charter Services out of Spokane. "Gonna start our descent in about 12 minutes, I said, marking the time. That's when I noticed it. My eyes caught movement in a small clearing about 2 miles off our port side. At first I assumed it was an elk or maybe a moose. Not uncommon in these parts, but something didn't fit. The movement was wrong. "Hey, Jeff, take a look at this," I said, gesturing toward the window. "Down there in that clearing, see it?" Jeff leaned across, squinting. "What am I looking at?" "There's something moving down there, walking upright." The figure was dark, pitch black or maybe very dark brown, and distinctly bipedal. Even from our altitude, I could make out the proportions were wrong for a human. Its arms hung abnormally long at its sides, swinging with each deliberate stride. But what really caught my attention was its speed. The thing was covering ground faster than any hiker could manage, moving with a fluid efficiency that seemed almost mechanical. "Holy shit," Jeff whispered. "That's no bear." I reached for the radio. "Missoula Center, this is Northwest Charter 428. Request slight deviation from course for weather observation, over." "Northwest Charter 428, deviation approved. Maintain heading 095 for 5 miles, then resume course. Report back when ready." "Roger that, Missoula, Northwest 428, turning to heading 095. I banked the aircraft gently, circling back toward the clearing. Jeff grabbed the binoculars we kept in the cockpit. "You see it?" I asked, maintaining our new heading. Jeff adjusted the focus on the binoculars. "I did for a second, but I've lost it now." He continued scanning the area. "Wait, where did it go? It was right there in the open a minute ago." I checked my watch. Barely 90 seconds had passed since we'd first spotted it. The clearing was still visible, now directly below us, but the figure had vanished. The surrounding forest was dense, thick pine and fir trees packed tightly together. There was no logical way anything that size could disappear so quickly. Northwest Charter 428, Missoula Center. Status update? Missoula, this is 428. Weather observation complete. Resuming course to Bozeman. I turned the aircraft back to our original heading, but kept my eyes fixed on the clearing until it disappeared from view. A chill ran up my spine, despite the comfortable temperature in the cockpit. "Tell me you saw that too," I said to Jeff, needing the confirmation. "I saw something, Tim. Not sure what it was, but definitely big, definitely walking on two legs." Jeff put the binoculars away. "Not a hiker, though. Too big, too fast." That's what I thought. I adjusted our altitude as we continued toward Bozeman. Let's keep this between us for now. The rest of the flight proceeded routinely. We landed at Bozeman Yellowstone International Airport at 11:42 a.m., 20 minutes ahead of schedule. After shutting down and seeing our passengers off, Jeff and I headed to the pilot's lounge. We had a 4-hour layover before the return flight. "You still thinking about what we saw?" Jeff asked as we sat down with our coffees. "Can't stop thinking about it," I admitted. "I've been flying over that country for years. Never seen anything like that." "Maybe it was just a bear standing up. They do that sometimes." I shook my head. "No way, it was walking, not just standing. And those arms..." I pulled out my phone and opened the browser. "I'm going to see if there's been any reports in that area." "Reports of what? Bigfoot?" Jeff chuckled, but it sounded forced. "Call it whatever you want." I typed in Idaho Panhandle Bigfoot sightings and hit search. The results surprised me. There were dozens of reported sightings in that region over the past 50 years. I scrolled through several accounts, pausing at a recent forum post dated just 2 weeks earlier. "Listen to this," I said, reading from my phone. "My girlfriend and I were backpacking the Mallard-Larkins Pioneer area, September 2-4. On the second night, we set up camp in a small clearing near Black Prince Creek. Around 2 a.m., we woke to heavy footsteps circling our tent. Whatever it was sounded massive. We could hear branches snapping under its weight. When it let out a howl, we packed up and hiked out in the dark. Never been so terrified in my life." I showed Jeff the map attached to the post. The location was exactly where we'd spotted the figure. "That's one hell of a coincidence," Jeff said, his skepticism faltering. I spent the next hour diving deeper into local sightings. The pattern was consistent. A large, dark, bipedal creature, often spotted near water sources, moving with incredible speed. Most witnesses described an overwhelming feeling of dread or being watched before the actual sighting. By the time we boarded for our return flight to Spokane, I had compiled a substantial file of reports. Jeff seemed less convinced, attributing our sighting to a combination of altitude, distance, and the human tendency to see patterns where none exist. "All I'm saying is, we were pretty high up," he argued, as we completed our pre-flight checks. "Things look different from altitude." "I've been flying for 15 years, I countered. "I know what bears look like from the air. I know what hikers look like. This wasn't either." The return flight was smooth, but I intentionally adjusted our route to pass over the same area again. This time, there was nothing unusual in the clearing, just empty wilderness stretching for miles. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing those long arms swinging, the deliberate strides eating up ground at an impossible pace. Around 2 a.m., I gave up and went to my home office, where I pulled up detailed topographical maps of the Idaho Panhandle. I located the clearing from our flight path records and studied the surrounding terrain. The area was extremely remote, no roads within 20 miles, accessible only by serious hiking trails. The nearest ranger station was 40 miles away. If something was living out there, it could remain hidden for years, maybe decades. 3 days later, I was scheduled for another Spokane to Bozeman run, this time with a different co-pilot, Sam Pritchard. Sam was an ex-military pilot, pragmatic and no-nonsense. I debated whether to mention my previous sighting, but decided against it. I didn't need the reputation as the pilot who chased Bigfoot. The weather was different this time, low clouds hanging over the mountains, forcing us to adjust our altitude. As we approached the Idaho Panhandle, I found myself scanning the ground whenever breaks in the cloud cover allowed. Nothing unusual appeared, but as we passed over the general area where I'd spotted the figure, the radio crackled with unexpected traffic. All aircraft in vicinity of Smith Peak, be advised. Search and rescue operation in progress for 2 overdue hikers. Last known position, approximately 7 miles southeast of Smith Peak. Please report any sightings of distress signals or unusual activity. I checked our navigation display. We were currently flying almost directly over the search area. Northwest Charter 516, this is Missoula Center. Be advised, search and rescue has requested air support in your vicinity. Are you able to assist with visual observation? I exchanged glances with Sam, who shrugged. Your call, Captain. Missoula Center, this is Northwest 516. We are able to assist. Current altitude 17,000 feet, with broken cloud cover below. Will descend to 10,000 for better visibility if approved. Northwest 516. Descent to 10,000 approved. Search area coordinates being transmitted to your system now. We dropped below the cloud layer, and I banked the aircraft in a wide circle over the search area. Sam used the binoculars to scan the terrain while I maintained our flight path. 2 hikers missing since yesterday, Sam read from the information on our screen. Man and woman in their 30s, experienced backpackers. They sent a distress text before their phone died, mentioning they were being stalked by something. My grip tightened on the controls. Where exactly were they camping? Sam checked the coordinates. Looks like they were following the Black Prince Creek Trail. The same area. The exact same area. For 30 minutes, we circled the search zone, looking for any sign of the missing hikers. Finally, Sam spotted something. There! Movement near that ridgeline, he said, pointing. I adjusted our course, dropping lower to get a better look. A small group of people was visible now. 4 figures in bright orange search and rescue vests, moving slowly through the trees. Northwest 516 to Missoula Center, we have visual on what appears to be the search team, approximately 2 miles east of Black Prince Creek. Roger that, Northwest 516. Search command confirms that's their ground team. Any sign of the missing hikers? We continued circling, scanning the surrounding area. Nothing stood out until we passed over a steep ravine, about half a mile from the search team. Wait, what's that? Sam said suddenly, focusing the binoculars. There's something down in that ravine. Looks like clothing, maybe. I reported the position to search and rescue, who acknowledged and redirected their ground team. We maintained our position above the ravine, circling slowly. I think it's a backpack, Sam said after getting a better look. Blue or purple, hard to tell from here. We watched as the search team made their way toward the ravine. They moved with urgency now, having received our coordinates. 20 minutes later, they reached the edge of the ravine and began to descend carefully. Northwest 516, this is Missoula Center. Search command reports they've located items belonging to the missing hikers. They've requested you continue observation if fuel allows. Missoula, Northwest 516. We can remain on station for another 15 minutes before we need to resume course. As the search team worked their way down the ravine, I scanned the surrounding forest. The trees swayed gently in the wind, shadows shifting across the ground, and then I saw it again. At the edge of my vision, a dark figure moved between the trees, approximately 200 yards from the search team. It was the same creature, tall, dark, with those distinctive long arms. It moved parallel to the ravine, staying just inside the tree line, almost as if it were observing the search team. Sam, I said quietly, 3 o'clock, just inside the forest edge. Do you see it? Sam swung the binoculars in that direction. "Jesus Christ," he whispered. "What the hell is that?" "That's what I saw last time," I said, banking the aircraft slightly to keep the figure in view. "Should we report it?" Before Sam could answer, the figure stopped, seemed to look directly up at our aircraft, then melted back into the deeper forest with shocking speed. "It's gone," Sam said, lowering the binoculars. His hands were shaking slightly. "Northwest 516, Missoula Center. Search Command reports they've found both hikers in the ravine. Medical evacuation has been requested. You're cleared to resume your course." "Roger that, Missoula. Northwest 516 resuming course to Bozeman." I pulled back on the yoke, bringing us back to our cruising altitude and original heading. Sam was unusually quiet beside me. "You want to talk about what we just saw?" I finally asked. "No," he said firmly. "No, I don't." When we landed in Bozeman, I immediately checked the local news on my phone. The report was brief. 2 hikers had been found alive but injured in the Idaho wilderness. They had fallen into a ravine while fleeing from what they described as a large animal. Both were being treated for exposure and minor injuries. Sam pulled me aside in the terminal. "Listen, Tim, about what we saw up there. You don't have to say anything," I assured him. "No, I need to say this." He looked around to make sure no one was within earshot. "I've been flying for 22 years, 4 combat tours in the Middle East. I've never seen anything like that. Ever. That was no bear, no moose, no known animal. Whatever it was watching those search and rescue people." "Watching them?" I nodded. "I saw it on my last flight through here too, in almost the same spot." "You filing a report?" he asked. The question hung in the air between us. As pilots, we were already viewed with skepticism when reporting unusual aerial phenomena. UFOs were one thing. Strange lights in the sky were occasionally acknowledged by aviation authorities. But reporting a ground-based cryptid? That was career suicide. "No," I decided. "No official report, but I'm keeping my own records. Times, dates, coordinates. And I'm going to keep watching that area every time I fly over it." Sam seemed relieved. "Smart move. I'll do the same." 3 weeks have passed since that second sighting. I've flown the Spokane-Bozeman route 6 more times, always paying special attention to the area around Black Prince Creek. I haven't seen the figure again, but twice I've noticed unusual movement in the forest canopy, something large enough to shake mature trees. I've also made contact with the hikers who were rescued that day. They're reluctant to speak about their experience, but the woman, Lisa Carver, finally agreed to talk to me on the phone. Her voice shook as she described what happened. "We were stalked for miles," she said. "At first we just heard it moving parallel to us through the woods. Then the rock throwing started. Huge boulders crashing down near our campsite. When we tried to leave, it blocked the trail. That's when we ran and fell into the ravine." "Did you see it clearly?" I asked. There was a long pause. "Yes," she finally admitted. "It was at least 8 feet tall, black or dark brown, arms that hung almost to its knees, and fast, so impossibly fast. I've mapped every reported sighting in the region for the past 30 years. There's a clear concentration around the Mallard-Larkins Pioneer area, particularly near Black Prince Creek. The locals know something's out there. They just don't talk about it much to outsiders. Next month, I'm taking a week of vacation. I've booked a cabin near the edge of the Pioneer area, not deep in the wilderness where the sightings occurred. I'm not that reckless, but close enough. I've ordered trail cameras, a high-quality digital recorder, and a thermal imaging scope. Jeff thinks I'm crazy. Sam understands, but warned me to be careful. My wife threatened divorce until I promised to stay in cell range and check in 3 times daily. I don't know what I saw from my cockpit at 21,000 feet that clear September morning. I don't know if it's the same creature that's been reported in these mountains for generations, but I know it was real. I know it was intelligent, and I know it doesn't want to be found. But there's one advantage I have that most Bigfoot hunters don't. I've seen it from above. I know where it walks, I know where it hunts, and soon I'm going to know what it really is. Story 4. The first chicken disappeared on October 3rd. I found the coop door swinging open that morning, a light frost covering the yard. One Rhode Island red gone without a trace. No blood, no feathers, nothing. Sarah said a fox must have gotten in, but I'd built that coop tight enough to keep out anything short of a determined bear. Still, I reinforced the latch and tried not to think much of it. 3 more chickens vanished over the next week. Each time the door was open, despite my increasingly complex securing methods. The 5th night, I stayed up with my Remington across my lap, sitting in the dark barn with a thermos of coffee. Nothing came. The 6th night, I slept, and we lost 2 more birds. "Michael, we need to call someone," Sarah said as I examined the coop that morning. Our son Tommy stood behind her, 12 years old and wide-eyed with worry. "And say what? That something's stealing our chickens but not leaving a trace. They'll think we're crazy." I ran my hand along the new hasp I'd installed the day before. It was bent outward, as if something with immense strength had simply pulled until the metal gave way. That was 8 years ago, our first October on the Campbell homestead. 20 acres of good land, backed by dense forest in northern Michigan, far enough from town to give us the peace we wanted when we left Detroit. We thought it was everything we'd dreamed of. We didn't know the land came with a tenant. I first saw the footprints on October 12th that first year. 18 inches long, pressed deep into the mud near the creek that ran through our back acreage. The stride between them measured nearly 4 feet. I told myself they were bear tracks distorted by rain, but bears don't walk on 2 legs for extended distances, and they don't have 5 distinct toes splayed wide like a human hand. The noises started a week later. Low grunts after dark. Wood knocks that echoed through the trees. Sometimes we'd hear what sounded like mumbled conversations, too distant to make out words, but carrying the cadence of speech. Sarah would clutch my arm in bed as heavy footfalls circled our house at 3 a.m., slow and deliberate. "It's just deer," I'd whisper, not believing it myself. The 1st October passed. By Thanksgiving, the incident stopped. We relaxed through winter and spring, almost convincing ourselves we'd imagined it all. Then October came again. Year 2 brought escalation. The chicken disappearances started earlier, September 29th. I found our tractor moved 30 feet from where I'd parked it, something that would require significant strength. The footprints appeared again, this time leading right up to our house. The night it looked through our window changed everything. Sarah shook me awake, her hand clamped over my mouth to silence any noise. "There's something outside," she whispered, her breath hot against my ear. I heard breathing, heavy breathing, right outside our window. I reached for the flashlight I'd taken to keeping on my nightstand and moved toward the window. The curtains were drawn, but I could hear it now too. Deep, rhythmic breathing just on the other side of the glass. I pulled back the curtain an inch and aimed my flashlight beam through the gap. 2 eyes reflected the light back at me, glowing amber red like embers. They were level with our 2nd-story window, 9 feet off the ground. We stared at each other for 3 eternal seconds before the eyes blinked and disappeared. I heard heavy footsteps, retreating rapidly across our yard. The next morning, I found an elaborate structure of sticks and branches at the edge of our property. It resembled a crude shelter, 8 feet tall and carefully constructed, with smaller stick figures arranged around it. Tommy found more footprints, a trail that led from our house back to the densest part of the forest. "Dad, what's doing this?" he asked, his voice cracking. "I don't know, son," I answered honestly. "But whatever it is, it's smart." That became clearer as the years passed. Each October brought new tactics. The 3rd year, we installed motion sensor lights around the property. They triggered constantly throughout the night, but whenever I'd rush outside with my gun, I'd find nothing, just the retreating sound of something large moving through the underbrush. The 4th October, we tried game cameras strapped to trees. They captured nothing but static, or appeared to have been turned to face the tree trunks. One camera recorded 3 seconds of video, a massive dark shape passing in front of the lens before a hairy hand reached up and adjusted the camera to point at nothing. "We need to move," Sarah urged after viewing that footage. Tommy, now 16, agreed with her. But this was our home. I'd built it with my own hands. 20 acres of good soil that I'd cultivated into productive fields. I couldn't let something drive us away. "It's seasonal," I reasoned. "Whatever this is, it leaves by November. We just need to weather it out each year." Year 5 brought the night that nearly broke us. October 19th. We were all awake at midnight, huddled in the living room as usual during what we'd come to call visitor season. The knocking had been constant that night. Not just tree knocks in the distance, but deliberate pounding on our door and walls. I had the shotgun across my knees, Sarah clutched a kitchen knife, and Tommy had his baseball bat. The pounding stopped suddenly. 10 minutes of silence passed. We began to relax slightly. Then something hit the north wall of our house with such force that the entire structure shuddered. Picture frames fell from walls. A mug vibrated off the counter and shattered on the floor. It sounded like a car had been driven into our home. Tommy let out a strangled scream. Sarah grabbed him and pulled him to the floor. I ran to the window and looked out to see what had caused the impact. There was nothing there, no fallen tree, no vehicle. Just a depression in the vinyl siding where something had struck it with incredible force. Then came the sounds. Not knocks or grunts this time, but a series of wailing howls that seemed to come from multiple directions at once. They rose and fell in patterns that suggested communication. Answering calls echoed from deeper in the forest. "We're leaving. Now," Sarah said, already pulling Tommy toward the door that led to our attached garage. I couldn't argue. We piled into the truck and drove to my brother Jim's place 40 minutes away. We stayed there for 3 weeks, only returning home after Halloween had passed. "You've got a Sasquatch problem," Jim had said matter-of-factly when I finally told him everything. He wasn't joking. "Northern Michigan's full of sightings. That forest behind your place probably serves as a corridor for them in the fall." I'd dismissed his theory initially, but as the years went on, I couldn't think of a better explanation. Whatever visited us was large, intelligent, and seemed to enjoy terrifying us. It disabled our technology. It recognized our patterns and adapted to our defensive measures. It knew exactly how to instill fear. Year 6, we tried leaving food offerings at the edge of the forest, deer meat, fruits, even a whole side of beef once. The food disappeared, but the harassment continued. The visitor would take the offerings, then spend the night circling our house, breaking tree limbs, and vocalizing those unsettling howls and chatters. Year 7 brought a new development. I'd gone hunting and killed an 8-point buck. I field dressed it and hung it in our barn to drain before butchering. The next morning the deer was gone. Not just taken, but the rope had been untied, not cut. 2 days later I found the deer's cleaned skeleton arranged carefully on our front porch, with the antlers positioned pointing at our door. We tried a different approach last October, year 8. We left the house empty and stayed with Jim for the entire month. When we returned in November, we found our home surprisingly undamaged, but every room had been entered. Drawers had been opened and closed. Food had been taken from the pantry. Most disturbing, our family photos had been removed from frames and arranged in a circle on the living room floor. It's September 28th now. Year 9 is about to begin. I'm sitting on the porch watching the sunset over the cornfield. The first chill of fall is in the air. Tommy's away at college this year, which is a relief. Sarah is inside packing a suitcase. She'll stay with her sister for the next month. I've decided to remain. "You don't have to do this, Michael," she said this morning. "It's not worth it." Maybe she's right. But after 8 years, I need to understand. This is my land, my home. Each January brings temporary relief, but we spend every day knowing that come October, it will return. I'm tired of living in fear. I've made preparations this time. No technology, no weapons. Tomorrow, I'll place offerings at the forest edge like before, but this time I'll wait there. No hiding, no running back to the house. I'll sit in plain sight. The sun has slipped below the horizon now. In the growing darkness, I can see the tree line of the forest, a black wall against the deep blue sky. For a moment, I think I see movement there, something large shifting between trunks. It's too early in the season, I tell myself. We still have a few days, but then I hear it. A single, sharp knock against wood, echoing from the forest. A pause, then 2 more knocks in quick succession. It's early this year. I stand up from my chair, facing the darkness. A gust of cool wind brings the forest scent to me, along with something else. A musky animal odor that I've come to recognize over the years. I should go inside, lock the door, call Sarah, and tell her to stay away longer. That would be the sensible thing to do. Instead, I step off the porch and walk toward the tree line. I've lived with this seasonal terror for 8 years, powerless against my mysterious tormentor. Not anymore. I stop at the edge of the forest and speak into the darkness. I know you're there. This is my home. But I understand it's your territory too. I don't want to fight you. I want to understand. Something shifts in the darkness, a massive shape moving between trees. I hear heavy breathing, similar to what Sarah heard outside our window years ago. I stand my ground as the breathing gets closer. The trees rustle, a branch snaps. I feel the ground vibrate slightly with heavy footfalls. At the edge of the forest, just beyond where my yard light reaches, 2 amber-red eyes appear, 9 feet off the ground. They blink once, watching me. I take a deep breath and step forward into the darkness. Story 5. The generator hummed steadily as I finished cleaning the day's catch. 4 rainbow trout, not bad for an afternoon on the Nehalem River. I tossed the guts overboard, watching them disappear into the black water. My boat, the driftwood, wasn't much. 32 feet of weathered fiberglass with a small cabin, but she was home. Had been for nearly 3 years. I wiped my hands on a rag and checked my watch. 12:48 a.m. I should have been in bed hours ago, but nights like this were too perfect to waste on sleep. The September air had just enough chill to make the bourbon warming. Stars dotted the sky between patches of pine-topped ridges that rose on both sides of the river. No cell service, no neighbors, no problems. This stretch of river cut through some of the most isolated wilderness in Oregon. The nearest town, Elsie Junction, was about 25 miles downstream. Most days I'd see maybe 1 or 2 other boats, usually just passing through. Out here, it was just me, the water, and whatever lived in those woods. I poured another finger of bourbon, listening to the night sounds. Crickets chirped steadily, an owl hooted somewhere to the west, a fish jumped nearby, the splash distinct against the river's constant murmur. I knew these sounds like old friends. That's why the sudden silence hit me like a bucket of ice water. 1 minute, normal night sounds. The next, nothing. Complete silence. My dad taught me to hunt these woods when I was a kid. "When the forest goes quiet, James," he'd say, "something's coming." I set my glass down and stood up. The silence was absolute now. Even the river seemed to hush its usual babble. I listened for a full minute, feeling the hair rise on my arms despite the warm flannel I wore. Moving carefully, I stepped from the small deck area into the cabin and grabbed my heavy-duty mag light. Back outside, I swept the beam along the shoreline, about 30 yards from where I'd anchored. Nothing moved. Then I heard it. A crack, like a baseball bat against a tree trunk. Then another. Something large was moving through the forest. I swung the flashlight toward the sound. Nothing but black pines and undergrowth. Then I noticed the treetops about 80 yards in, swaying against the still night air. Not like wind was pushing them, but like something was shoving past them. Something big. Heavy thuds followed, spaced like footsteps, but too heavy for a bear or deer. The sound moved parallel to the shoreline, heading toward a small clearing about 50 yards upstream. I remember thinking, maybe a moose. But I knew better. Moose weren't common here, and this didn't move like one. I kept my light trained on the tree line, where the clearing met the water. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied now by a low grunting sound that raised every hair on my body. Deep, rumbling, not like any animal I'd ever heard. When it reached the clearing's edge, the footsteps stopped. I felt it before I saw it, a presence watching me from the darkness. My light beam trembled across the underbrush, catching nothing. Then two eyes appeared, glowing red in the darkness. Not reflecting my light like a deer's or bear's would, these generated their own light, dull and reddish, like hot coals. And they were high, way too high for any normal animal, 8, maybe 9 feet off the ground. I froze, flashlight beam fixed on those eyes. They blinked, slowly, deliberately. Then it stepped forward. I've spent 36 years in the Pacific Northwest. I've seen black bears stand on hind legs, bull elk during rut, even a cougar at close range once. Nothing prepared me for what stepped out of those trees. It stood at least 9 feet tall, maybe more. Broad shoulders stretched wider than my kitchen door frame. The body was covered in dark hair, not fur but hair, matted in places, longer around the shoulders. In my flashlight beam, it looked dark brown or black. The face was wrong. Not fully ape, not human either. A broad, flattened nose sat above a mouth that seemed too wide for the face. But those eyes dominated everything, large, deep-set, and still glowing with that internal red light. It stepped fully into the clearing, moving with a deliberate slowness that seemed more terrifying than if it had charged. Each step was careful, placed with purpose. Its arms hung long at its sides, massive hands curled halfway into fists. I couldn't move. My mind screamed to run inside, to start the engine, to do something, but my body refused to obey. The creature, the Sasquatch, because what else could it be, stared directly at me, not with the blank look of a wild animal, but with intelligence. It was evaluating me. I felt it as surely as I felt the deck beneath my feet. We stayed like that for maybe 20 seconds, though it felt like hours. Me, frozen with my flashlight, it standing at the water's edge, watching, neither of us moving. Then everything happened at once. The creature's chest expanded as it drew in a massive breath. Its head tilted back slightly, mouth opening to reveal teeth that gleamed dully in my flashlight beam. The scream that came next hit me like a physical force. It started low, almost subsonic, vibrating through my bones before rising to a pitch that threatened to burst my eardrums. Not just loud, it was primal, ancient. Not just a noise, it was a warning, a challenge. The sound echoed across the water, bouncing between the ridges that surrounded us. Birds I hadn't even realized were roosting nearby exploded from trees in panic. I stumbled backward, dropping the flashlight. It clattered on the deck, the beam sweeping wildly before pointing uselessly at the sky. I scrambled for it, my fingers numb with fear. By the time I retrieved the light and pointed it back toward shore, I was already moving toward the cabin door. When the beam hit the clearing, the creature was gone. Just gone. No sound of retreat, no shaking branches marking its passage. The clearing stood empty, as if nothing had been there at all. I ducked into the cabin, slamming the door behind me. My rifle, a Remington 700 I kept for emergencies, was mounted above my small dining table. I grabbed it, hands shaking so badly I struggled to check if it was loaded. It was. I worked the bolt, chambering around, then moved to the window that faced the shore. Nothing moved outside. The forest remained silent. I stood there for 20 minutes, rifle ready, peering into the darkness. Several times I thought I saw movement at the tree line, but the flashlight beam revealed nothing when I aimed it there. When my heartbeat finally slowed enough that I could think clearly, I made a decision. I wasn't staying another minute. Moving quickly, I set the rifle down within easy reach and started the boat's engine. The familiar rumble was comforting, too normal for what had just happened. I pulled the anchor up fast, not bothering with my usual careful procedure. The chain clanked loudly as it spooled onto the deck. I pushed the throttle forward, steering toward the middle of the river. The boat moved sluggishly at first, then picked up speed. I headed downstream toward Elsie Junction, checking over my shoulder constantly. The shoreline remained still and dark, no glowing eyes, no massive shape following along the banks, just trees and night. I kept the boat moving until dawn broke over the eastern ridge. By then I'd covered about 15 miles. The river widened as it approached more populated areas, and I finally cut the engine, exhausted but too wired to sleep. As morning light filled the sky, I convinced myself I could have imagined it. A bear, maybe, distorted by fear and darkness. But then I noticed my hand was bleeding. 4 small crescent cuts marked my palm where my fingernails had dug in during the encounter. I hadn't imagined it. I spent that day anchored near a small fishing camp, grateful for the sounds of other people nearby. I told no one what I'd seen. Who would believe me? Even in this part of Oregon, where Bigfoot stories were common as rain, actually claiming to have seen one would earn nothing but mockery. That night, as I lay in my bunk unable to sleep, I heard it, faint but unmistakable. Knocking sounds, like wood on wood, echoing down the river from the direction I'd come. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks, over and over. The sounds continued for hours, eventually fading as the distance or dawn silenced them. But the message was clear. I was being allowed to leave. The next few days passed in a fog. I kept moving downstream, spending nights near other boats or populated areas. The knocking sounds continued each night, always distant, always from upriver, following but not approaching. After a week, I docked at Elsie Junction and spent 3 nights in the River's Edge Motel, sleeping with the lights on like a child. I told people I was having electrical problems with the boat. Nobody questioned it. When I finally returned to the driftwood, a strange calm had settled over me. Fear remained, but curiosity grew alongside it. I'd seen something few people ever would, something that shouldn't exist but did. I spent the winter moored near Astoria, working odd construction jobs and researching. I read everything I could find about Sasquatch encounters. Most seemed like obvious hoaxes or misidentifications, but some, a few, rang true. Details matched my experience, the silence beforehand, the knocking sounds, the deliberate movements. Spring came, and with it, the pull to return to the river. Not to that same spot. I'd never anchor there again, but to the waterways I'd come to love. I outfitted the driftwood with better lights, a more powerful engine, and a satellite phone. I mounted game cameras on the deck and cabin roof. 5 years have passed since that night. I still travel these rivers, still fish these waters. I've never anchored in such a remote location again, always making sure there are other boats or cabins within shouting distance. The cameras have captured nothing but raccoons and the occasional deer visiting the shoreline. The satellite phone has never been used for emergencies. Life has largely returned to normal. But sometimes, on particularly quiet nights, I'll hear distant knocking sounds echoing through the trees. 3 knocks, pause, 2 knocks. And sometimes, when I'm navigating a narrow stretch of river surrounded by dense forest, I'll feel it. The weight of eyes watching from the tree line. I never shine my light directly into the woods on those occasions. Some things are better left unseen. Last summer, I met a forestry service worker at a bar in Elsie Junction. After a few beers, conversation turned to strange experiences in the woods. I didn't share mine, but he told me something that chilled me more than any ghost story could. "We've been finding territories," he said, keeping his voice low like he was sharing a secret. Areas where nothing seems to live. No deer, no predators, no small game, just empty forest. But the weird thing is, they're not damaged. No signs of disease or fire or anything that would drive animals away. Just empty, like something else has claimed that land. I asked him where these territories were. He mentioned 3 areas, including a stretch of the Nehalem that included my encounter spot. I've had time to think about what happened that night. I don't believe the creature meant to harm me, at least not physically. If it had wanted to attack, it could have easily swum out to my boat or thrown rocks or branches. No, what I experienced was a territorial display. A warning, this is my place. You are not welcome here. In the years since, I've heard stories from other river people. Whispered accounts of strange screams in the night, of boats damaged while anchored in remote locations, of shadowy figures watching from shore. I believe these creatures, and I'm convinced there are multiple individuals, have adapted to our presence by establishing firm boundaries. Cross those boundaries, and you get a warning. Ignore the warning, and, well, maybe that explains some of those hikers who go missing every year. I still love this river and these woods. I still find peace in the isolation and beauty of the Northwest wilderness, but I've learned respect for its true inhabitants, all of them. When the forest goes quiet now, I start my engine. Some domains aren't meant for us. Some eyes in the dark should remain just that, in the dark. Story 6. My heart was still pounding in my chest when we finally reached the car. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking as I tried to fit them into the ignition. Behind me, Anna was sobbing quietly in the back seat, while Wayne kept looking over his shoulder through the rear window. None of us spoke as I started the engine and pulled away from the trailhead, gravel crunching under the tires. It wasn't until we hit the main road that any of us dared to break the silence. "What the hell was that?" Wayne finally asked, his voice cracking, but I didn't have an answer. I still don't, not really, but I know what I saw that day in 1984 in the depths of Springbrook National Park, and after all these years, I still wake up sometimes, drenched in sweat, hearing that gurgling sound and seeing those eyes watching me from the shadows. It started as just another weekend adventure. Wayne, Anna, and I had been friends since high school, and we'd taken to exploring the wilderness areas around Queensland whenever we could. That particular weekend, in July 1984, we'd decided to tackle a remote section of Springbrook National Park, about an hour's drive from the Gold Coast. Wayne had a beaten-up Holden Commodore that had seen better days, but it got us where we needed to go. We arrived at the trailhead around 8 a.m. The morning air was cool and misty, typical for winter in that part of Australia. I remember checking my pack one last time. Water bottles, trail mix, a basic first aid kit, and a map that Wayne had gotten from a ranger station the week before. Anna was wearing her red windbreaker, the one with the tear in the left pocket. It's strange how these little details stick in your memory when everything else gets jumbled. "Should be about a 6-hour round trip," Wayne said, shouldering his backpack. "If we keep a good pace, we can reach the dam overlook by noon, have lunch there, and be back before dark." The trail started easy enough, a well-marked path through towering eucalyptus trees. The scent of the forest was strong, that distinctive mix of eucalyptus oil and damp earth. Birds called overhead, and occasionally we'd spot a wallaby bouncing away into the underbrush. As we pushed further in, the trail gradually became less defined, and Wayne had to check the map more frequently. By mid-morning, we'd left the main trail completely and were following what amounted to game paths through increasingly dense rainforest. The canopy overhead had thickened, letting through only dappled light. The temperature had dropped noticeably, and the air felt heavier, filled with moisture. "You sure we're still on track?" Anna asked, stopping to take a drink from her water bottle. Wayne nodded, though I caught the brief hesitation before he answered. "Yeah, Ranger said this section isn't maintained, but if we keep heading north, we'll hit the ridge that overlooks the dam." I felt it first around 11 a.m. That prickly sensation at the back of my neck that made the hair stand up. I stopped walking and turned, scanning the forest behind us. "What's up?" Wayne asked. "Nothing," I said, though that wasn't true. "Just thought I heard something." But it wasn't what I'd heard. It was what I felt. The weight of eyes on us, watching our every move. I'd spent enough time in the bush to know the feeling of being observed by an animal, a dingo or a goanna maybe. This was different, more focused, more intentional. We reached the overlook just after noon, as Wayne had predicted. It was a natural clearing on a hillside, offering a spectacular view of the dam below and the surrounding mountains. Under normal circumstances, we would have been taking photos and enjoying the vista. Instead, we ate our sandwiches in relative silence, each of us sensing something wasn't quite right. "Does it feel quiet to you guys?" Anna finally asked, voicing what I'd been thinking. She was right. The usual chorus of birds had diminished to almost nothing. Even the insects seemed subdued. The forest around us had taken on an unnatural stillness. "Probably just the time of day," Wayne said, but his eyes darted to the tree line as he spoke. "Animals rest during the hottest part of the day." It wasn't particularly hot, maybe 65 degrees, but none of us challenged him. We finished eating and packed up our trash. By tacit agreement, we decided to head back earlier than planned. "Let's take the animal trail we passed about half a mile back," Wayne suggested, checking the map again. "It cuts diagonally across this ridge and should save us some time." In hindsight, that decision changed everything. If we'd gone back exactly the way we came, maybe we wouldn't have seen them. Maybe we would have just had a story about feeling spooked in the woods. But we didn't. The animal trail was narrow and winding, barely visible in places. We walked single file, Wayne in front, then Anna, with me bringing up the rear. The forest had thickened again, with vines and ferns crowding the path. Every few minutes, one of us would stop and look behind, responding to that same unshakable feeling of being watched. After about 40 minutes on this new path, we came to a wooded hill. The trail curved around its base, following the contour of the land. As we rounded the bend, we saw a rocky creek bed cutting across our path. It was dry, just a jumble of smooth stones, with a trickle of water running down the middle. Anna was just ahead of me, and I saw her step onto the first rock. Then she froze. Every muscle in her body went rigid. I heard her quick intake of breath. "Anna," I started to ask, but then I followed her gaze up the creek bed. There it was, about 7 meters away, perched on a flat rock in the middle of the creek. At first glance, it could have been a person. It was about 170 centimeters tall, with a distinctly humanoid shape. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized what I was seeing was no human. The creature was covered in sleek black fur that seemed to absorb the light around it. It was squatting on the rock, its long limbs folded in a way that reminded me of a praying mantis. In its hands, yes, hands, not paws, it held a small twig that it was turning over and examining with what looked like deliberate curiosity. What struck me most was its posture, completely upright, even while squatting, not hunched over like an ape. And then there was its face. God, that face. It was hairless and black, with a flattened nose and a mouth that seemed too wide for its head, but it was the eyes that paralyzed me, glistening and alert, reflecting intelligence that felt entirely too human. Wayne had stopped a few paces ahead and was now backing up slowly to where Anna and I stood. None of us spoke. None of us moved beyond Wayne's careful backward steps. The creature hadn't noticed us yet, or if it had, it showed no concern. It continued to examine its twig, occasionally looking up the creek bed as if expecting someone. Then we heard it, a gurgling, guttural sound that seemed to come from further up the hill. The creature's head snapped toward the noise, and for the first time, it seemed to register our presence. Those eyes locked onto us, and I felt a cold wave of fear wash over me. What happened next is burned into my memory with a clarity that has never faded, despite the decades that have passed. There was a violent crashing sound from the bushes, about 10 meters uphill from where the creature sat. Branches snapped and leaves rustled as something large moved through the undergrowth. The smaller creature had risen to its feet now, still staring at us, but clearly alert to the approaching noise. Suddenly, from the dense brush, an enormous arm shot out. It was covered in the same sleek black fur, but was thick with muscle, easily twice the size of a human arm. The massive hand at the end of it closed around the smaller creature's upper arm with startling speed. In one violent motion, the smaller creature was yanked backward off its rock and into the undergrowth. We caught just a glimpse of a larger form, bulkier, more muscular, possibly female based on its shape, before both creatures disappeared into the thick foliage. For several seconds, we heard them moving through the leaves, branches breaking under their weight. Then, nothing. The forest fell completely silent again, but this time the silence was deafening, pressing against our eardrums like a physical force. "Run!" Wayne whispered, his voice barely audible. We didn't need to be told twice. We turned and ran back the way we came, abandoning the shortcut and scrambling to find the main trail. Anna stumbled once, scraping her hands on the rocky ground, but Wayne pulled her up without breaking stride. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced that at any moment I would see those creatures pursuing us through the trees. But nothing followed us, at least nothing we could see. We ran until our lungs burned, only slowing to a fast walk when absolutely necessary to catch our breath. The trek back to the trailhead, which had taken us over 3 hours on the way in, was covered in less than 2. We didn't stop to rest. We didn't stop to talk. We just moved, driven by a primal fear that overrode exhaustion. It wasn't until we were back in Wayne's car, doors locked and engine running, that we finally tried to process what we had seen. Was that real?" Anna asked, her voice shaking. There were tear tracks on her dirt-smudged face. "You both saw it too, right?" Wayne's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I nodded. "I saw it. Both of them." We drove in silence for several miles before anyone spoke again. "It wasn't a black panther," I finally said, addressing the explanation I knew would eventually be offered if we told anyone. "It wasn't an animal at all. Not any kind I've ever seen. It was looking at that stick like it was thinking," Anna said quietly. Wayne just drove, his jaw clenched tight. We stopped at a service station about an hour later. While Wayne filled the car with gas, Anna and I went inside to buy drinks. Our hands were still shaking. The fluorescent lights and the normalcy of the convenience store seemed surreal after what we'd experienced. "Are we going to tell anyone?" Anna asked, opening her soda. I thought about it for a moment. Who would believe us? That night, none of us went home. We checked into a cheap motel instead, getting a room with 2 double beds. None of us wanted to be alone. We stayed up late, sitting on the beds with the TV on but muted, going over what we'd seen again and again. "Did you notice its hands?" Wayne asked at one point. "They were like ours, 5 fingers, opposable thumbs. And its feet," Anna added. "They were bare, hairless, like its face." I remembered how perfectly it had blended with the shadows, how its fur seemed to swallow the light. It was built for that environment. Perfect camouflage. "And the big one," Wayne said, his voice dropping even though we were alone in the room. "The one that grabbed it. Did you see how strong it was? It pulled that thing back like it was nothing." Do you think they're common out there?" Anna asked. "Or did we just stumble onto something rare?" None of us had an answer for that. In the weeks that followed, we talked about our experience less and less. Not because we were forgetting it, but because every time we discussed it, we hit the same wall. We had no explanation, no context, no way to make sense of what we'd seen. and the few times we hinted at it to others, we were met with skepticism or outright dismissal. Life moved on. Wayne got a job in Sydney the following year and moved away. Anna and I remained in Queensland, but as often happens, our friendship gradually faded as our lives took different directions. By the early 1990s, we were only exchanging Christmas cards. Then, in 1995, I received a letter from Anna. Inside was a photocopy of a newspaper article from the Brisbane Courier, dated 1954, 30 years before our encounter. The headline read, "Strange creatures reported near Little Narang River." The article described how a group of loggers had abandoned a work site after repeatedly spotting what they described as tall black ape men watching them from the forest edge. The location was less than 20 miles from where we had our encounter. At the bottom of the page, Anna had written a single sentence. "We weren't the only ones." I called her that night, and for the first time in years, we talked openly about what we had seen. The article had validated our experience in a way nothing else had. We weren't crazy. We hadn't imagined it. "I've been doing research," Anna told me. "There are stories from the Aboriginal peoples about dark beings in those mountains. They have names for them, legends about them that go back thousands of years." "Have you ever gone back?" I asked her. There was a long pause before she answered. "No. Have you?" I hadn't. In fact, I had deliberately avoided that entire section of Springbrook National Park in the years since. Even thinking about returning made my heart race. "Wayne did," she said. "Last year. He didn't tell me until after. He went with some university researchers who were doing a wildlife survey. They didn't see anything, but Wayne said he felt it the whole time, that same feeling of being watched." I've often wondered about those creatures in the years since. What they are, where they came from, how many of them exist in those remote forests. Sometimes I think about going back, bringing cameras, trying to document what we saw, but then I remember the intelligence in those eyes, the raw strength of that larger creature, and the perfect way they blended into their environment. And I realize they've been there all along, watching from the shadows as humans encroach further and further into their territory. We weren't the first to see them, and I doubt we'll be the last. But they choose when to be seen and by whom. That's what scares me the most. Not that we stumbled upon something unknown in the wilderness, but that it allowed itself to be seen. And I still don't know why. Story 7. My hands still tremble when I think about what happened in '68. Even now, decades later, I wake up some nights with my sheets soaked through, the echo of those howls in my head. I was a different man back then, younger, stronger, and dead certain about how the world worked. That changed forever in the forests near Hayfork. My name's Ray Wilkins. I'd been logging in Northern California for almost 8 years by then, working the dense forests with a crew of good men who knew their business. We were professionals, not the type to spook easy. 16 of us had decided to take a long weekend camping trip near Stewart Gap, partly for hunting, but mostly just to get away from the wives and enjoy some quiet time. The first day had gone smooth as silk. We set up camp near a small clearing surrounded by towering pines, hung our gear, and tethered our horses about 50 yards downwind. Bobby Jenkins had brought a case of beer, and we spent that afternoon swapping stories and planning our routes for the next day's hunt. The forest felt peaceful, normal. Everything changed just after sunset. I was stoking the fire when Dwayne Curtis came sprinting into camp, face white as a sheet. "Horses are gone wild," he shouted. We ran to the spot where we'd tethered them. 5 horses, completely panicked, had somehow broken free and charged back to camp, their eyes rolled wild, nostrils flaring. 2 were bleeding from scratches along their flanks, like they'd crashed through heavy brush. The 6th horse, old Tom Richardson's gelding, was nowhere to be seen. "What in hell spooked them?" Jenkins muttered, trying to calm his trembling mare. "Probably just a bear," I said, though I didn't quite believe it. I'd seen horses react to bears before. This was different. These animals were beyond terrified. We secured the horses closer to camp and doubled the watch. The night fell thick around us, the kind of darkness you only get miles from civilization. Our fire threw shadows against the trees, and the usual night sounds, crickets, the occasional hoot of an owl, filled the air, until about 9 p.m. when everything went silent. I was sitting with Jenkins and Mark Holloway when we noticed it. The forest had gone completely still. No insects, no night birds, nothing. "You hear that?" Holloway whispered. "I don't hear a damn thing," Jenkins replied. "That's the problem." The hair on my arms stood up. 20 years in those forests, and I'd never heard such absolute silence. Then came the footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, slow, thud, thud, thud. "That's no deer," Holloway said, reaching for his rifle. The steps circled our camp at a distance just beyond the firelight. Whatever it was big and it was moving methodically like it was sizing us up. Then the howl came. Jesus Christ, I'll never forget that sound as long as I live. It started low, almost like a grunt, then rose to a pitch that seemed to vibrate through my bones, not like a wolf or a cougar, something deeper, more powerful and somehow intelligent. The howl echoed through the trees for what felt like minutes. Several men jumped to their feet, rifles ready. The horses went crazy again, pulling at their ropes and whinnying in terror. "What the hell was that?" someone shouted. Nobody answered. Nobody knew. The footsteps retreated. The howling stopped. But none of us slept that night. We kept the fire blazing high and took turns watching the darkness, jumping at every crack of a twig or rustle of leaves. When first light broke through the trees, Jenkins stood up and spat into the fire. "I'm going to find out what that was," he declared. Part of me wanted to pack up and head straight back to town, but curiosity won out. 8 of us formed a search party while the others stayed with the horses. We followed what looked like a game trail, leading away from camp in the direction we'd heard the footsteps. About a quarter-mile in, Holloway stopped dead in his tracks. "Look at that," he said, pointing to the ground. The earth was torn up like something had happened there. Pine needles scattered, ferns crushed, patches of soil exposed. At first, I thought it might have been where the missing horse had bolted through. But then Jenkins called us over to the edge of the disturbance. "That's no horse track," he said quietly. There in the soft earth was a footprint, a huge footprint. I knelt down to examine it, and my heart started hammering in my chest. It was clearly a foot, 5 toes splayed wide, a deep heel impression, but it measured at least 18 inches from heel to toe. The impression was deep too, suggesting whatever made it was extraordinarily heavy. "That can't be real," Curtis whispered. "It's a bear track," Richardson suggested, but even he didn't sound convinced. I'd tracked bear all my life. This was no bear. As we followed the trail of massive footprints, we found something else. The remains of a deer lay scattered across a small clearing. The head and hindquarters were intact, but the midsection, the prime meat, had been completely removed. There was surprisingly little blood, like the deer had been killed elsewhere and carefully dismembered here. "Look how clean those cuts are," Jenkins observed, kneeling beside the carcass, "almost like it was butchered." A cold feeling settled in my gut. Bears don't butcher their prey. Neither do mountain lions. Richardson stood up suddenly, his face ashen. "Ray," he said, his voice barely audible, "don't move. Look over there." I followed his gaze to the tree line about 50 yards away. My blood turned to ice. Something was watching us from between 2 massive pines, something huge. At first, I could only make out a dark shape, partially hidden by the trees. Then it shifted slightly, and I saw it clearly, standing at least 7 feet tall, maybe more, with broad shoulders and a massive torso covered in dark, matted hair. It wasn't a bear. It stood upright on two legs, its arms hanging at its sides. "Holy shit!" someone whispered behind me. The creature's face was partially obscured by shadow, but I could feel its eyes on us. It wasn't moving frantically or aggressively. It was observing us with what I can only describe as calculated interest. For maybe 15 seconds, nobody moved. We stared at it, and it stared back. Then Holloway, panicking, raised his rifle. "Don't!" I hissed, but it was too late. The creature moved with shocking speed for something so large. It didn't charge us. It simply turned and disappeared into the dense forest, moving with a fluid grace that seemed impossible for its size. One moment it was there, the next it was gone, without a sound. "Did you see that thing?" Curtis gasped. "What the hell was that?" Nobody had an answer. We tracked the footprints another 100 yards before they disappeared onto rocky ground. With the creature gone and the sun climbing higher, some of the terror began to subside, replaced by a strange mixture of awe and disbelief. When we returned to camp, the others could tell something had happened just by looking at our faces. We told them what we'd seen, showed them photographs Jenkins had taken of the footprints with his Kodak. Half believed us, half thought we were pulling their legs. We cut our trip short, packing up that afternoon. Nobody wanted another night in those woods. Richardson's horse never turned up. For weeks afterward, I tried to convince myself there was some rational explanation. A bear walking on its hind legs, some escaped circus animal, a man in a costume playing an elaborate prank. None of it made sense. I couldn't stop thinking about those intelligent eyes, the way it moved, the precision with which that deer had been dismembered. 6 months later, I went back, alone this time. I told my wife I was going hunting, and in a way, I was. I set up a small camp about a mile from our original site and waited. For 2 days, nothing happened. Then, on the third night, I heard it again, that same unmistakable howl echoing through the trees, closer this time. My hands shook as I gripped my rifle, not sure if I wanted an encounter or not. In the morning, about 30 yards from my tent, I found fresh tracks, the same enormous footprints we'd seen before, 18 inches long, 5 toes, deep impressions. I followed them until they disappeared, taking photographs and measurements. Over the next 5 years, I returned to Stewart Gap 8 times. On 3 of those trips, I found evidence, footprints, strange structures made of broken trees that seemed deliberately arranged. Once even tufts of dark hair caught on a broken branch that didn't match any known animal in the region. During my last trip in '73, I met a forest ranger named Bill Tanner at a general store in Hay Fork. After a few beers, I cautiously brought up what I'd seen. I expected ridicule, but instead, Tanner got real quiet. "Found a deer carcass last spring," he finally said, keeping his voice low. 15 feet up in a tree, miles from any road. Spine had been snapped clean, flesh removed from the torso in strips. No animal I know hunts like that. He told me about reports from loggers and hunters stretching back decades. Strange howls, missing equipment, enormous footprints. "Department tells us to ignore it," Tanner said. "Write it up as bear activity, but I've tracked bear my whole life. Bears don't put their kills in trees." I never told most people about what I saw that day in '68. Those who weren't there wouldn't believe it, and even some who were convinced themselves it was just a bear. But I know what I saw. I still work these forests, though I'm mostly supervising crews now. Age has slowed me down. But I never go deep into the backcountry anymore, especially not near Stewart Gap. And I never, ever camp out overnight. Sometimes when I'm driving home late from a job site and the road cuts through a particularly dense stretch of forest, I find myself scanning the tree line. I keep my windows up, no matter how hot it gets. And if I hear that silence fall, that complete absence of natural sound, I drive a little faster. Because now I know there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that have been here longer than us, watching from the shadows. Things that understand us better than we understand them. I don't know what it was we encountered that day at Stewart Gap. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, some unknown species. The name doesn't really matter. What matters is that it's out there, moving through these forests with a purpose and intelligence all its own. And sometimes at night, when the wind blows just right through the trees around my property, I swear I can hear that howl again, calling from the darkness. Story 8. The stock of my Remington 700 felt warm against my cheek as I scanned the tree line through my scope. September 1973 was proving to be unseasonably warm in the mountains of northern Idaho. My brother Jeff and I had been out since before dawn, leading our horses carefully through familiar territory we'd hunted since we were boys. 6 miles outside of Sandpoint, following Rapid Lightning Creek, we'd hit a rough patch of trail that forced us to dismount and lead the horses by their reins. "Marcus, hold up," Jeff whispered, raising his hand. I froze, listening. The forest had been alive with normal sounds until that moment. Birds calling, squirrels chattering, the constant gurgle of Rapid Lightning Creek beside us. Then something shifted. I didn't hear it so much as feel it. A disturbance in the air, a pressure change. That's when it happened. A deep, resonant exhale broke the silence, followed by the sound of heavy movement. Not the light cracking of twigs you'd hear from deer, but substantial weight shifting through undergrowth. I turned toward the creek, my pulse hammering in my throat. There it stood, partially crouched at the water's edge, as if drinking. My mind struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. The creature was enormous, standing upright on 2 legs, but covered entirely in dark, shaggy hair. Even in its hunched position, I could tell it stood well over 7 feet tall. Its build was muscular and broad, nothing like a bear on hind legs, which I'd seen plenty of times before. "Jesus Christ," Jeff whispered beside me, his voice barely audible. The horses sensed it too. My gelding buck, usually steady as a rock, began to dance nervously, pulling at the reins in my hand. I gripped them tighter, desperately trying to keep him from bolting. The creature's head turned toward us with deliberate slowness. Dark, intelligent eyes locked onto mine. What struck me most wasn't fear or aggression in that gaze, but curiosity, an awareness that felt unsettlingly human despite everything else about it being anything but. Time seemed to stretch. I couldn't have told you if we stood there for 10 seconds or 2 minutes. My finger wasn't on the trigger, though my rifle hung at my side. Something told me shooting would be wrong. This wasn't game. This was something else entirely. Marcus took a step backward. His boot cracked a fallen branch. The creature responded immediately, rising to its full height. Standing fully upright, it towered over what I had initially estimated. Its shoulders were impossibly broad, its arms hanging longer than a man's would. The dark hair covered its entire body, except for parts of its face. A flat nose, high brow, and those eyes that never left us. Then, with surprising grace for something so massive, it simply turned and walked away. Not rushing, not fleeing in panic like a startled animal would. It walked with purpose, disappearing between the thick trunks of ponderosa pines without looking back. "Don't move," I said to Jeff, though he hadn't shown any sign of doing so. We stood frozen, listening to the creature's retreat. The sound of heavy footfalls grew fainter until they disappeared entirely. Even after the creature was gone, the forest remained silent. No birdsong returned. No squirrels chattered. It was as if every living thing was holding its breath. "What the hell was that?" Jeff finally spoke, his voice hoarse. "I don't know." My own voice sounded strange to my ears. But it wasn't a bear. We didn't continue our hunt that day. By unspoken agreement, we mounted our still nervous horses and headed back toward town. We didn't talk much on the return journey, both lost in our own thoughts. Later that night, sitting at my kitchen table with a bottle of whiskey between us, Jeff finally broached the subject again. "We can't tell anyone," he said flatly. I nodded. "They'd think we're crazy." Or drunk. Or both. We laughed, but there was no humor in it. I knew what we'd seen, and it wasn't anything that had a name in the wildlife manuals I'd studied. At least, not any official manuals. Bigfoot, Jeff said, pouring another finger of whiskey into his glass. That's what people call it. I shook my head. Those are just stories. Then what did we see today? I had no answer. Life continued. Seasons changed. Jeff and I still hunted those mountains, though we never went back to that specific stretch of Rapid Lightning Creek. We never discussed it with anyone else, not even our wives. Over time, the memory lost some of its edge, though it never fully faded. 27 years passed. The new millennium arrived with all its unfulfilled apocalyptic predictions. Jeff moved to Spokane for work in the late 80s. I stayed in Bonner County, working maintenance at the lumber mill and raising my 2 kids with my wife, Sarah. The kids grew up and moved away, my daughter to Seattle, my son to the Army. It was a Tuesday in October 2000. I was driving home from a late shift, taking the winding back road that cut through several miles of dense forest before reaching my property. It was fully dark, around 10:30 p.m., with no moon to speak of. My headlights carved a tunnel through absolute blackness. I rounded a bend in the road, a sharp curve that required slowing to 25 mph. My high beams swept across the tree line as I turned, and then I saw it. Standing just off the road, partially obscured by a large pine, but unmistakably there, was a massive figure. My foot instinctively hit the brake, bringing my pickup to a sudden stop in the middle of the empty road. The creature stood at least 8 feet tall, maybe more. In the harsh glare of my headlights, I could see thick, matted fur covering its body. Its shoulders were incredibly broad, its arms hanging long at its sides. It was larger than the one Jeff and I had seen all those years ago. Older, perhaps, or simply a different individual. For a split second, its face turned toward my headlights. Dark eyes reflected the light, then fixed directly on me through the windshield. Though the encounter lasted only moments, time seemed to stretch exactly as it had before. Those eyes held recognition, not just awareness, but familiarity. It knew me. Somehow, impossibly, it knew me. Then it was gone, vanishing into the darkness beyond my headlights with a quickness that defied its size. I sat in my idling truck for several minutes, hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. My heart pounded in my chest. The feeling of recognition had been mutual. I knew with absolute certainty this was connected to what we'd seen in 1973. When I finally put the truck back in drive and continued home, every shadow in the forest seemed to move. Every tree trunk could have concealed that massive form. I drove well under the speed limit the rest of the way, scanning the darkness constantly. I didn't tell Sarah when I got home. What would I say? That I'd seen Bigfoot? That it had recognized me? Even after 27 years of marriage, some things remained too outlandish to share. Instead, I called Jeff the next day. "It's back," I said when he answered. "Or maybe it never left." There was a long pause on the line. "What are you talking about, Marcus?" But his tone told me he already knew. "I saw it last night, on Miller Road coming home from work. It was bigger than before." Another pause. "You're sure?" "It looked right at me, Jeff. I think it recognized me." "That's not possible. I know what I saw." Jeff sighed heavily. "What do you want to do about it?" "I don't know. I thought you should know." "Thanks for that," he said, his voice tight. "Now I won't sleep tonight." 3 weeks later, Jeff drove up from Spokane to stay the weekend. He claimed it was just to visit, but I knew better. The creature had gotten under his skin, just as it had mine. He wanted to talk about it properly, face to face. We waited until Sarah went to bed before bringing out the bourbon and moving to the back porch. The night was cold, our breath fogging in the air as we sat in silence for a while. "You really think it recognized you?" Jeff finally asked. "Yes," I didn't hesitate. "Its eyes. There was intelligence there, awareness. Could have been a different one. Maybe. They say these things live for decades. 50, 60 years, maybe. I looked at him. They? Who's they? Jeff shifted uncomfortably. I've been doing some research. Internet has a lot of information now. There are groups, people who track sightings. You've been talking to Bigfoot hunters? I couldn't keep the disbelief from my voice. Not talking, reading. There are forums, websites. After what you told me, I got curious. I took a long swallow of bourbon. And there have been other sightings, all through these mountains, going back decades. Some of the descriptions, they match what we saw, Marcus. The cold night air suddenly felt colder. So what do we do with that information? Jeff shrugged. Nothing, I guess, or... He hesitated. Or what? We could go back to Rapid Lightning Creek. I stared at him. Why the hell would we do that? Don't you want to know? For sure? I know what I saw. Both times. But don't you want to understand it? What if we could, I don't know, document it somehow? I shook my head firmly. No, absolutely not. These things, whatever they are, they've left us alone. I'd prefer to keep it that way. Jeff didn't push it that night, but the seed was planted. Over the next few months, he called regularly with updates on his research. Each conversation made me more uncomfortable than the last. My brother was becoming obsessed. By spring 2001, he'd joined one of those Bigfoot hunter groups. By summer, he was spending his weekends combing the forests of northern Idaho with a camcorder and audio equipment. I refused to join him, despite his persistent invitations. You're going to get yourself hurt, I told him, during one particularly heated phone call. Or worse. It didn't hurt us before, he countered. We didn't go looking for it before. In October 2001, almost exactly a year after my second sighting, Jeff went missing. He'd told his wife he was going hunting alone near Rapid Lightning Creek. When he didn't return Sunday night, she called me in a panic. I contacted the sheriff immediately. The search lasted 5 days. They found Jeff's truck parked at a trailhead we'd used many times as kids. His tent was set up properly at a campsite 2 miles in. His sleeping bag was still rolled up unused. His rifle was still in its case. His backpack with 3 days' worth of provisions sat untouched. The only thing missing was his camcorder. The official report listed him as missing, presumed dead by misadventure. The sheriff's theory was that Jeff had gone hiking, gotten lost, and succumbed to exposure or injury. It happened every few years in those mountains. Experienced outdoorsmen who made one mistake and paid the ultimate price, but I knew better. Jeff hadn't made a mistake. He'd gone looking for something that didn't want to be found. I never told the authorities about our sightings. What good would it have done? They'd have thought I was crazy with grief, inventing Bigfoot stories to explain my brother's disappearance. Instead, I kept quiet, attended the memorial service held in lieu of a funeral, and comforted Jeff's widow as best I could. 2 years passed. I avoided the forests I'd once loved. I sold my hunting rifles. I took a different route home from work, the long way around that avoided Miller Road and its dark curves. Then the dreams started. In them, I'd see Jeff walking through dense forest, following massive footprints in the mud. The dreams always ended the same way. Jeff looking up, his face transforming from determination to shock as a large shadow fell over him. After the third such dream, I knew what I had to do. I waited for a weekend when Sarah was visiting our daughter in Seattle. I dug out my old hiking boots, packed a small bag with water and energy bars, and drove to the same trailhead where they'd found Jeff's truck. The familiar path brought back a flood of memories. Hunting trips with our father, fishing expeditions, the countless hours Jeff and I had spent in these woods. I hiked with purpose, not looking for any creature, but for some sign of my brother. I reached the spot where they'd found his campsite. Nothing remained now except a small cleared area where the tent had stood. I continued past it, following the trail along Rapid Lightning Creek, heading toward the location of our first sighting all those years ago. The creek sounded the same as it always had, gurgling over rocks, cutting through the forest floor. Birds called overhead, squirrels chattered. The forest was alive and normal, until it wasn't. The silence fell suddenly, as if someone had flipped a switch. No birds, no squirrels. Even the insects stopped buzzing. The only sound was the creek itself, indifferent to whatever presence had hushed the forest. I stopped walking, my senses on high alert. I carried no weapon, had brought no camera. I wasn't here to hunt or document. I was here for answers. "I know you're out there," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud in the silence. "I'm not here to harm you. I just want to know what happened to my brother." No response came. I hadn't expected one. I continued walking, following the creek. After another quarter-mile, I saw something that made me stop short. Hanging from a branch about 7 feet above the ground was a scrap of fabric. I recognized it immediately, the same bright orange material as Jeff's hunting vest. Heart pounding, I approached the tree. The fabric was deliberately placed, not caught there by accident. I reached up and took it down, examining it closely. It had been torn, not cut, from the vest. As I stood there holding this first tangible evidence of Jeff's fate, I became aware of being watched. The feeling was unmistakable, a heavy, deliberate presence observing me from the trees. I didn't turn to look. I didn't need to. "Did you take him?" I asked the silent forest. No answer came, but the sense of being observed intensified. "He shouldn't have come looking for you. That was his mistake." My voice remained steady despite my racing heart. "I'm not making the same mistake. I just want to know." A branch cracked somewhere behind me, not the light sound of a squirrel or bird, but the substantial break of wood under significant weight. Still, I didn't turn. "I remember you," I continued. "From the creek in 73, and from the road in 2000. You remember me too, don't you?" Another crack, closer now. Large footfalls on forest debris. Slowly, deliberately, I placed the scrap of orange fabric back on the branch where I'd found it. Then I turned around. It stood 20 feet away, partially obscured by a large pine trunk, but making no real effort to hide. Larger than both previous encounters, its massive frame stood fully upright. Dark, matted hair covered its body, with streaks of grey now visible around what I assumed was its face. Those eyes, intelligent, aware, fixed on mine. There was no aggression in its posture, no threatening movement. It simply watched me, as I watched it. "What happened to Jeff?" I asked, knowing I wouldn't get an answer but needing to ask anyway. The creature tilted its head slightly, a gesture so human it sent chills down my spine. Then, with deliberate slowness, it raised one massive hand and pointed deeper into the forest, away from the trail. I understood then that I was being offered a choice. I could follow where it pointed or I could turn back. Whatever happened to Jeff lay in that direction. For a long moment I stood frozen in indecision. Part of me desperately wanted answers, needed to know my brother's fate. But another part, the rational part, the part that wanted to see my wife and children again, knew better. I took a step backward, toward the trail. The creature nodded once, a barely perceptible movement. Then it turned and walked away into the trees, just as it had done 28 years earlier. No rush, no concern, just purposeful movement away from me. I watched until it disappeared from sight, then turned and headed back the way I'd come, moving quickly now. The forest remained silent until I reached the original campsite, where suddenly the birds began to sing again. I never returned to Rapid Lightning Creek after that day. I never told anyone about my encounter, not even Sarah. The scrap of fabric was evidence enough for me. Jeff had found what he was looking for, and it had cost him everything. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved. Some creatures aren't meant to be found. The forests of northern Idaho keep their secrets, and I've made peace with that. But sometimes, driving home on dark nights, I take the long way around, just in case. Story 9. I cracked open another beer and pulled my chair closer to the fire. The late evening chill was setting in across the campground, and most of the other weekenders had already tucked into their RVs or tents for the night. My best friend, Mike, was sitting across from me, watching the flames dance. "You sure you want to hear this, Mike? It's not exactly the kind of story that makes for pleasant dreams out here in the woods," Mike snorted. "Since when have I ever backed down from one of your stories, Shannon? Come on, you've been hinting at it all weekend. What happened back in 2010? I took a long pull from my beer, the familiar story weighing on me like it always did. 12 years later, and I still looked over my shoulder on dark roads. "All right, but don't say I didn't warn you." It was October 14th, 2010. Ethan and I had just spent 5 days canoeing through Algonquin Provincial Park. Beautiful fall colors everywhere, the kind of trip that makes you feel alive, you know. But we were ready to get home. My muscles ached from paddling, and I was dreaming about a hot shower and sleeping in our own bed. We loaded up our Ford Explorer with all our gear around midday. Ethan had recently bought this GoPro camera he was obsessed with. He'd been filming parts of our trip, and as we were packing up, he got this idea to mount it on the front bumper. "Come on, Shan," he said, fiddling with the mount. "The fall colors along the highway will look amazing. We can make a cool time-lapse video." I didn't really care one way or the other. I was just ready to get on the road, so I let him fiddle with his new toy while I finished securing the canoe to the roof rack. The first few hours of the drive were uneventful. We stopped for gas in a small town, grabbed some snacks and kept pushing toward home. But somewhere around 5 p.m., as the light was starting to fade, we missed our turn. You know how it is when you're tired and talking. Suddenly you realize you've driven past your exit. "Damn it," Ethan muttered, slowing the Explorer and looking for a place to turn around. "I think we need to get back to Highway 17. I pulled out the map. This was before we relied completely on GPS and tried to figure out where we were. "There should be a road coming up on the right that connects back," I said, squinting at the fading light. "River Hill Road or something." We found the turnoff a few minutes later. It was a narrow gravel road, barely wide enough for 2 cars to pass each other. Tall pines crowded in on both sides, and deep ditches ran along the edges, the kind of road that seems to swallow all the light. "Are you sure this is right?" Ethan asked, slowing down to navigate the uneven surface. I nodded, though I was far from certain. The map wasn't detailed enough to show all these back roads. "It has to connect through eventually. Just keep going." As we drove deeper into those woods, the road got worse. The Explorer bounced and jostled over ruts and potholes. It was almost completely dark now, and our headlights carved a tunnel through the trees. I remember checking the time. 5:43 p.m. The road curved sharply to the left, then straightened out again. Ethan was going slowly, maybe 20 miles per hour at most, carefully navigating around the worst of the potholes. We passed a small clearing on the right, then more dense forest. Neither of us saw anything unusual at the time. After another 15 minutes of bumping along, we finally connected with a larger road that led us back to Highway 17. We both breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's not do that again," Ethan said, accelerating as we hit the smooth pavement of the highway. I agreed, and that was that. We got home around 9 p.m., unloaded the essentials from the car, and fell into bed exhausted. It was 3 days later when Ethan remembered the GoPro footage. "Hey, want to see how the drive video turned out?" he called from the living room. I was in the kitchen making dinner, some kind of pasta dish. "Sure, put it on," I called back. I heard him fiddling with the TV and the camera. Our 55-inch flat screen dominated the living room wall, and soon I heard the rumble of our Explorer's engine through the speakers. "Fast-forwarding through the boring highway parts," Ethan said. I walked in, wiping my hands on a dish towel, just as he slowed the footage down. We were watching the part where we'd turned onto River Hill Road. The quality was surprisingly good, even in the fading light. You could see the gravel road, the ditches on either side, the wall of trees beyond. "This actually came out better than I expected," Ethan said, leaning forward on the couch. I settled in beside him, half watching as he played with the playback speed. The footage showed our slow progress down the bumpy road, the camera occasionally bouncing when we hit a particularly deep rut. Then we came to that curve I mentioned, followed by the straight stretch with the small clearing. I was about to get up and check on dinner when something caught my eye. "Wait," I said, grabbing Ethan's arm. "Go back. Did you see that?" He rewound the footage a few seconds. "See what?" "Just play it slowly." He did, and that's when we both saw it. As our car passed the clearing, there was movement in the ditch to the right, something dark and large rising up from a crouched position. "What the hell is that?" Ethan muttered, leaning closer to the screen. He rewound again, slowed the playback even more. Frame by frame, we watched as this thing stood up in the ditch. It was only visible for maybe 7 or 8 frames, but it was enough. The figure was tall, much taller than a person should be. It had a distinctly human-like posture, standing on 2 legs, with what appeared to be arms hanging down. But the proportions were all wrong. The shoulders were too broad, the arms too long, and it was completely dark, like it was covered in something black or very dark brown. But the worst part, the detail that still makes my skin crawl, was that it seemed to turn its head to follow our car as we passed, like it was watching us. "That's not a bear," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. Ethan shook his head slowly. "And it's not a deer or a moose, it's standing upright." We played those few seconds over and over, trying to convince ourselves it was just a shadow or a trick of the light. But the more we watched, the more certain we became that we had captured something real on that camera. "Could it be a person?" I suggested, not really believing it myself. "Maybe a hunter, in the ditch, standing perfectly still until we drove past, and look at the size of it compared to those trees." He was right. Using the trees and the width of the road as reference, whatever we'd captured on film had to be at least 7 feet tall. We didn't sleep well that night. I kept seeing that dark figure rising up, turning to watch us pass. I couldn't shake the feeling that if we had stopped the car, or if it had been just a little faster, something terrible would have happened. The next day, Ethan called in sick to work. I didn't have classes to teach. I was on full break, so we decided to go back. It sounds crazy now, driving back to a place that had frightened us so badly, but we had to know. We left early, around 9 a.m., and made it to River Hill Road by noon. In the daylight, it didn't seem nearly as ominous, just a rough back road cutting through the woods. We found the curve and the clearing easily enough. Ethan parked the Explorer on the side of the road. "This is it. This is where we saw it." We got out and approached the ditch cautiously. It was maybe 4 feet deep, with muddy sides and a few inches of stagnant water at the bottom. The recent rains had made the ground soft. I expected to find footprints or some sign of whatever had been standing there 3 days earlier, but there was nothing. Just mud, decaying leaves, and the occasional tire track where cars had slid too close to the edge. We spent almost 2 hours searching the area, pushing through the underbrush beyond the ditch, looking for any evidence, but there was nothing to find. No footprints, no hair caught on branches, no signs that anything large had passed through. "Maybe we were wrong about the location," Ethan suggested as we trudged back to the car. I shook my head. "No, this is definitely it. I recognize that broken pine tree." I pointed to a distinctive tree at the edge of the clearing, clearly visible in our footage. We drove home in silence, both lost in our thoughts. The questions kept piling up with no answers. What had we seen? Why couldn't we find any traces of it? And most troublingly, was it still out there? Over the next week, Ethan became obsessed with the footage. He watched it again and again, taking screenshots of the frames where the figure was visible. He spent hours online researching wildlife in Ontario, looking for any animal that could match what we'd seen. "It's not a bear," he kept saying. "Bears don't stand like that, and they don't move like that." Finally, he decided to take the footage to a professional. There was a video production specialist in North Bay, a guy named Terry, who ran a small studio specializing in wildlife photography and filmmaking. Ethan made an appointment and drove the 2 hours to North Bay with our memory card. I stayed home, partly because I had gone back to teaching, but mostly because I wasn't sure I wanted to know more. He came back that evening with a manila envelope full of enhanced stills. "Terry charged me $150 for these," he said, spreading them out on our dining room table. He said it was the strangest footage he'd ever worked with. The enhanced images were clearer than anything we'd been able to pull from our home computer. Terry had used some specialized software to reduce the motion blur and increase the contrast. What we saw made my blood run cold. The figure was even more distinctly humanoid than I'd first thought. It had a head, shoulders, a torso, and limbs, all the right parts in the right places. But the proportions were wrong. The arms hung down almost to where its knees would be. The shoulders were impossibly broad, and though the images were still too grainy to make out facial features, there was a definite sense that it had a face, and that face was turned toward our passing car. Terry had included a note with his analysis. He'd used the width of our Explorer's bumper, which he could measure precisely from other frames, to calculate the approximate height of the figure. Based on comparative analysis, he'd written, the subject appears to be between 7'2" and 7'6" in height, with a shoulder width approximately 40% greater than average human proportions. I remember sitting down hard in my chair, staring at those pictures and that clinical assessment. This wasn't a bear, it wasn't a person in a costume, it was something else entirely. "What do we do with this?" I asked Ethan. He shook his head. "I don't know. Who would believe us?" We debated going to the local police or conservation officers, but what would we say? We have a video of something strange standing in a ditch. They'd think we were crazy or pulling a prank. In the end, we decided to keep it to ourselves. Ethan locked the original memory card and the enhanced photos in his desk drawer. We didn't talk about it much after that. At least not with each other. Some things are just too strange to process in normal conversation. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. I started researching on my own, looking for similar sightings or reports from the area. And that's when I found the stories. There's a small town on the Quebec side of Highway 17, about 20 miles from where we'd had our experience. During a parent-teacher conference, I met a woman named Carol, who had family there. When I cautiously brought up strange sightings in the woods, her expression changed immediately. "You've seen something, haven't you?" she asked quietly. I was careful with my answer. Maybe. I'm not sure what it was. Carol looked around to make sure no one else was listening, then leaned in close. "My uncle lives up near River Hill. He and some of the other old-timers, they've been seeing things for years. Big, hairy creatures running through the woods in the early mornings, moving faster than any person could." My skin prickled. "Has anyone ever gotten a clear look?" She shook her head. "Not that I know of. They're always at a distance, or it's too dark, or they disappear into the trees before anyone can get a good look. But they're big, Shannon, much bigger than a man." I wanted to tell her about our footage, but something held me back. Instead, I asked if her uncle had ever reported these sightings. Carol laughed, but there was no humor in it. To who? The police? Conservation officers? They'd think he was crazy or drunk. Around here, You see something like that, you keep it to yourself. Over the next few months, I carefully collected more stories. A logger who quit his job after seeing something with red eyes, watching his crew from the tree line. A highway maintenance worker who found strange, massive footprints in fresh snow, with a stride length of over 5 feet. A hunter who described hearing vocalizations in the woods that started like a coyote, but turned into something that made my bones shake. None of these people knew each other. None of them had seen our footage, but their descriptions all pointed to the same conclusion. There was something out there in those woods that didn't fit into any known category. Before our experience on River Hill Road, I would have dismissed all of this as folklore or overactive imaginations. I wasn't a believer in Bigfoot or Sasquatch or whatever you want to call it. That was stuff for cable TV shows and conspiracy theorists. But that footage changed everything for me. I had seen it with my own eyes. Something tall and dark and distinctly not human, watching us from the roadside. I couldn't explain it away or pretend it didn't happen. Ethan and I went back to River Hill Road 3 more times over the next year, always in daylight, always together. We never saw anything unusual again, never found any evidence. Eventually, we stopped looking. Our marriage didn't survive the next 5 years. It wasn't because of what we'd seen. There were plenty of other issues between us. But I sometimes wonder if that experience put a crack in our foundation. It certainly changed me in ways I'm still trying to understand. Ethan kept the GoPro and the memory card when we split up. Last I heard, he was living in British Columbia, about as far from River Hill Road as you can get without leaving Canada. As for me, I still live in the same area. I still drive those highways and back roads, but never after dark, if I can help it. And I always check my rearview mirror, watching for movement in the ditches behind me. Mike stared at me across the dying campfire. Jesus, Shannon, you're serious, aren't you? I nodded slowly. Dead serious. I've still got copies of those enhanced photos at home. I could show you when we get back. And you never reported it? Never showed anyone else? I poked at the embers with a stick. Who would believe it? A few blurry frames of something standing in a ditch. Even with the enhancements, it's not exactly conclusive proof of anything. Mike was quiet for a long moment. Then, so you think it was... What? Bigfoot? Sasquatch? I shrugged. I don't know what it was. I just know what I saw, and it wasn't human or any animal I recognize. The fire popped, sending a shower of sparks into the night sky. In the distance, something rustled in the underbrush. Probably a raccoon or a possum. But we both turned toward the sound immediately, eyes straining to pierce the darkness beyond our campsite. I think I'm ready to turn in, Mike said, standing up and dusting off his jeans. I nodded, understanding completely. Yeah, me too. As we doused the fire and secured our site for the night, I couldn't help scanning the tree line one last time. The vast Canadian wilderness stretched out around us, dark and ancient and full of secrets. Most of those secrets were beautiful and awe-inspiring, but some of them, like whatever stood up in that ditch on River Hill Road, were better left undisturbed. Story 10. My hands gripped the steering wheel as I drove north on Highway 95. The road stretched ahead, cutting through the dense Idaho forest like a gray ribbon. The morning sun slanted through the trees, casting long shadows across the pavement. I'd made this drive dozens of times since retiring to Cordilleran 3 years ago, usually enjoying the solitude and scenery. Today was supposed to be no different. I'm Frank Davis, retired California Highway Patrol. 27 years on the job taught me to trust what I see, to observe details others miss, and to report facts without embellishment. My training became instinct. Notice everything, record mentally, report accurately. That morning, those instincts would be put to the test. The dashboard clock read 7:12 a.m. The heater hummed quietly, keeping the early morning chill at bay. I'd left home early to beat the light traffic heading toward Coeur d'Alene. My truck's tires hummed against the asphalt as I maintained a steady 55 mph. The trees thinned slightly as I approached the intersection with Old House Road, about 5 miles north of Athol. I tapped the brake pedal, slowing slightly for the curve ahead. That's when movement caught my eye, something emerging from the tree line on my right. At first, my brain registered only size and speed, something big, something fast, something wrong. Then it stepped fully onto the road shoulder. My foot slammed the brake pedal. The truck lurched, tires grabbing the pavement. It walked upright. That's what hit me first. Not ran, walked, but with a stride that ate ground like nothing human. 7, maybe 8 feet tall, covered in thick, dark brown fur or hair that hung from its massive limbs and torso. Arms swung at its sides, longer than a man's, ending in hands, not paws, that I could clearly see even at this distance. The creature crossed both lanes in 4 long strides, moving with deliberate purpose. Its head turned slightly toward my vehicle, a quick glance from beneath a heavy brow, before it disappeared into the thicker forest on the western side of the highway. The entire crossing took perhaps 5 seconds. My truck had stopped dead in the middle of the northbound lane. I sat frozen, hands vice-gripped on the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the spot where it had vanished. My heart hammered in my chest, sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cool morning. Jesus Christ, I whispered to the empty cab. Training kicked in. I pulled the truck to the shoulder, put it in park, and flicked on the hazards. My hand shook as I reached for the door handle. 27 years of law enforcement had taught me to investigate, to confirm what I'd seen. But another part of me, a primal, instinctive part, screamed to stay in the truck. I stepped out onto the asphalt. The morning air hit my face, cool and pine-scented. Birds called from the trees, normal sounds, nothing to indicate what had just happened. I stood beside my truck, scanning the tree line where the creature had disappeared. No movement, no sound of breaking branches or heavy footfalls. Just the occasional car passing in the southbound lane, drivers giving curious glances to the man standing beside his truck in the early morning light. I walked to the center of the road, eyes on the pavement. Looking for what? I don't know. Footprints wouldn't show on the hard asphalt. There was nothing to mark the crossing except in my memory. Another car approached from the south. I moved back to the shoulder, watching it pass. The elderly driver gave me a concerned look, but continued on. I checked my watch, 7:18 a.m. Only 3 minutes had passed since the encounter. I climbed back into my truck and sat there, engine idling. My police notebook was still in the glove compartment, a habit I'd never broken. I pulled it out and wrote down exactly what I'd seen. The time, the location. The facts, just the facts, just like I'd done thousands of times on the job. But these facts made no sense. I put the truck in drive and pulled back onto the highway. My eyes constantly darted to the woods on either side. My speed stayed below 40 all the way home. My house sat at the end of Pine Creek Road, a half-mile dirt drive off the main route. I pulled into the gravel driveway and shut off the engine. For several minutes I just sat there, staring at the notebook on the passenger seat. Inside, I made coffee, stronger than usual. My hands had stopped shaking, but my mind raced. The kitchen clock ticked loudly in the silence. I picked up the cordless phone, then set it down again. Who would I call? What would I say? "Hey, Bill, just saw Bigfoot cross Highway 95. Bill Jenkins had been the sheriff here for 15 years. We'd become fishing buddies after I moved up from California. He'd laugh, I knew he would. Hell, I would have laughed too, a week ago. I pulled my laptop from the desk drawer and opened it on the kitchen table. The internet connection crawled at its usual rural pace as I typed Bigfoot sightings northern Idaho into the search bar. Results flooded the screen. Dozens of reports, some dating back decades, many centered around the very region where I'd had my encounter. I clicked through websites, forums, news articles. Some accounts were clearly hoaxes or mistaken identifications. Others, described with straightforward clarity, raised the hair on my neck with their similarity to what I'd seen. The phone rang, startling me so badly I knocked my coffee mug to the floor. It shattered, sending black liquid across the linoleum. "Hello?" My voice sounded strange in my ears. "Frank, it's Marge from the hardware store. Your order of fence posts came in." "Right, thanks, Marge. I'll be by later today." "You okay, Frank? You sound off." "Fine. Just dropped my coffee." After hanging up, I cleaned the mess, my movements mechanical. The clock showed 9:45 a.m. Less than 3 hours had passed since the encounter, but it felt like days. I showered and changed clothes, trying to regain some normalcy. The hot water helped clear my head. I had options. I could keep this to myself, file it away as an unexplainable event, or I could report it, adding my name to the list of credible witnesses I'd just been reading about online. Neither choice felt right. The hardware store sat on Main Street, a faded blue building with a hand-painted sign. Marge waved from behind the counter as I entered. "There he is. Got your posts all ready. Jim can help load them in your truck." I nodded, forcing a smile. "Thanks, Marge." "You run into trouble this morning? Vern Hodges said he saw your truck stopped on the highway, you standing in the road, looking like you'd seen a ghost." My stomach tightened. Thought I might have hit something. Animal ran across. Didn't find anything, though. She nodded, not entirely convinced. "Well, glad everything's okay. That'll be $82.50 for the posts." As I counted out the cash, the bell above the door jangled. Bill Jenkins walked in, sheriff's uniform crisp despite the early hour. "Frank, just the man I was looking for." My pulse quickened. "What's up, Bill?" "Got a call about something strange out on Highway 95 this morning. Thought you might know something about it, seeing as Vern said you were stopped out there." Marge's eyes widened with interest behind her glasses. I shrugged, aiming for casual. "Like I told Marge, thought I might have hit an animal, didn't find anything." Bill studied my face. We'd played enough poker for him to know my tells. "Well, reason I ask is we got a call from Linda Parsons, lives out on Old House Road. Says she saw something cross her property this morning, something big that walked on 2 legs, headed right toward the highway." The store went quiet. Even Jim, who'd been stacking lumber in the back, stopped to listen. "What time was this?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "Around 7:10, she figures. Sound about right for when you were out there." 3 pairs of eyes fixed on me. My reputation in town was solid. Ex-California Highway Patrol, straight shooter. No nonsense. Not the type to make up stories or get spooked by shadows. "Bill, can we talk outside?" He nodded, following me to the parking lot. The morning had warmed up, the sun high overhead now. I leaned against my truck, crossing my arms. "I saw something cross the highway this morning, right where Old House Road intersects, something I can't explain." Bill's expression remained neutral. "What exactly did you see, Frank?" I told him everything. The size, the movement, the fur, the quick glance toward my vehicle. I described it clinically, like giving testimony in court. Just the facts. When I finished, Bill removed his hat, running a hand through his graying hair. "That matches what Linda described, and it's not the first report we've had." "You've had others recently?" 3 in the past month, all in that same general area, all describing something similar. "Why haven't I heard about this?" Bill replaced his hat. "Because people around here don't like to seem foolish. Most keep these things to themselves, or tell a friend who tells another friend, and it becomes rumor. Nothing official. And now? Now I have a report from a retired highway patrol officer. That's different." I stared at the mountains beyond the town, blue-green with distance. I don't want to be that guy, Bill. The one everyone whispers about. The one who claims he saw Bigfoot. I understand that. But this isn't California, Frank. People here have lived with these woods, these mountains for generations. They know there are things out there science hasn't explained. He paused. Would you be willing to go on record, make an official statement? What good would that do? Might encourage others to come forward. Might help us build a pattern. At the very least, it would be documented. I thought about it, weighing my reputation against what I knew I'd seen. I'll do it, but I don't want this becoming public. No press, no internet rumors. Bill nodded. Come by the station this afternoon. We'll keep it quiet. The sheriff's office occupied a small building next to the town hall. The receptionist, Sally Wilkins, waved me through to Bill's office. He sat behind a desk cluttered with papers and coffee mugs. Close the door, Frank. I did, taking the chair opposite him. A tape recorder sat between us. Mind if I record this? Keep everything accurate. I nodded. Bill pressed the record button and stated the date, time, and who was present. Then he asked me to describe what I'd seen that morning. I went through it again, adding details I'd remembered during the day. The slight stoop to its shoulders, the way its head seemed to sit directly on those shoulders, with little visible neck. The surprisingly swift yet smooth gait that covered ground faster than any human could match. When I finished, Bill shut off the recorder. That's consistent with other reports, especially the movement pattern from east to west across the highway, always early morning, always in that general area. You think it's following a specific route? Some kind of game trail? Possibly. Or it could be territorial, marking boundaries. He opened a drawer and pulled out a map, spreading it on the desk. Here's Highway 95. Here's where you had your sighting. These X's mark other reported crossings in the past year. A pattern emerged. All the crossings fell within a 5-mile stretch of highway, all heading from east to west in the morning hours. What's on the west side? Where are they going? National forest land, mostly. Gets pretty remote the further west you go. Old mining claims, abandoned logging roads, perfect habitat for something that doesn't want to be found. I studied the map. You believe these reports, don't you? You believe these things exist. Bill leaned back in his chair. I believe people see something. Something that doesn't fit what we're told should be out there. Whether it's what cryptozoologists call Bigfoot, Sasquatch, or something else entirely, I can't say. But after 20 years of collecting these reports, talking to witnesses who have nothing to gain and everything to lose by coming forward, yeah, I think there's something to it. So what happens now? Now we add your report to the file. Maybe one day there'll be enough evidence for someone with more resources than the Cordilleran Sheriff's Department to take a serious look. I nodded, standing to leave. At the door, I paused. Bill, are there any reports of these creatures being aggressive, attacking people? None that I've documented. They seem to avoid human contact whenever possible. Why? Just wondering if I should be more careful out at my place. It's pretty isolated. Can't hurt to be aware, but from everything I've gathered, they're more likely to observe than approach. The word sent a chill through me. Observe. Several witnesses report feeling watched in the woods. Trail cameras occasionally capture images of eyes reflecting in the dark, too high off the ground to be any known wildlife. I thought of my property, backed up against dense forest. The uncanny feeling I sometimes got while working in the yard, like something was watching from the tree line. Thanks, Bill. I appreciate the discretion. The drive home took me past the site of my morning encounter. I slowed as I approached the intersection with Old House Road, scanning the trees on both sides. Nothing moved in the afternoon sun. I pulled onto the shoulder, at roughly the same spot where I'd stopped that morning. The forest looked ordinary now, sunlight filtering through the pine branches, a light breeze stirring the undergrowth. Hard to imagine the massive creature that had emerged from these same woods hours earlier. A car passed, slowing briefly before continuing north. I needed to move before I attracted more attention. Back in my truck, I continued home, making a mental note to get some trail cameras for my property. Not because I expected to capture evidence of Bigfoot, but because the idea of being watched without knowing it unsettled me more than the creature itself. My driveway felt longer than usual, winding through trees that now seemed to hide potential observers. I parked near the house and carried the fence post to the shed. The physical work helped ground me, bringing me back to the practical world of repairs and maintenance. As dusk approached, I sat on my back deck with a beer, watching the tree line. The forest darkened first, the spaces between trunks filling with shadows long before the sky lost its light. Birds called their evening songs. A deer and her fawn emerged from the trees to graze in my yard, unafraid, life continuing as normal despite what I now knew. My phone rang inside. I finished my beer before answering. "Frank, it's Linda Parsons. Sheriff Jenkins gave me your number. Hope that's okay." "No problem, Linda." "He said you saw it too, crossing the highway this morning." "I did." A pause. "Would you be willing to come over sometime? Compare notes. I've been documenting sightings on my property for years, but nobody takes it seriously." I hesitated. Getting involved meant accepting this new reality fully, meant possibly becoming known as that Bigfoot guy around town. But I also remembered the solid mass of the creature as it crossed the road, the intelligence in that quick glance toward my vehicle. This wasn't fantasy or mistaken identity. This was something real, something that shared these forests with us, largely undetected. "I can come by tomorrow afternoon if that works." "That would be great. Thank you." As I hung up, I realized I'd made my choice. 27 years of following evidence, documenting facts, and seeking truth had shaped me. I couldn't turn away from this truth, strange as it might be. Out in the darkness, something large moved through the underbrush at the edge of my property. The deer's head snapped up, alert, before they bounded away into the trees. I stood, straining to see into the shadows. Nothing visible, just the feeling of being watched. I went inside and locked the door. Story 11. The four-wheeler's engine growled under us as Natalie gunned it over the packed snow. Cold air slapped my face, numbing my cheeks, despite the thick scarf Mom had insisted I wear. The headlight cut a narrow path through the darkness, illuminating snowflakes as they swirled into our beam before vanishing back into the black void surrounding us. "Ryan, hold on tighter!" Natalie shouted over her shoulder, her voice barely audible above the engine and the wind. I clamped my gloved hands harder around my sister's waist as we bounced along the narrow dike path. Dad would kill us if he knew where we were. Just yesterday, he'd looked me straight in the eye, his face stern as granite. "The marsh is off limits in winter," he'd said, tossing another log into the fireplace. "Ice can look solid, but give way in a second. Plus, there's no cell service out there. You break down, you're on your own till morning." But Natalie had turned 18 last month, and something about that birthday had transformed her. The careful sister who used to remind me to wear my helmet now suggested we borrow the keys to Dad's Arctic cat, while our parents visited the neighbors 2 miles down the road. "They'll be playing cards with the Hendersons for hours," she'd said, dangling the keys in front of me. "We'll be back before they even check the time." I was 16, old enough to know better, but not old enough to resist the thrill of a forbidden night ride. So there we were, racing along the system of dikes that separated the water reservoirs of Macmillan Marsh, our headlight throwing shadows that danced among the bare trees. The snow had started falling an hour earlier, light at first, but now picking up. Fat flakes drifted into the beam of our headlight, creating the sensation of flying through space at warp speed. The cold bit at my exposed skin, but underneath my layers, I felt alive with excitement. Natalie slowed as we approached a fork in the path. The dike system in Macmillan Marsh was extensive, built decades ago for water management. During summer, locals fished the reservoirs or hiked the trails, but winter transformed the place into a ghost town of white silence and skeletal trees. "Which way?" she called back to me. "Left goes deeper in," I shouted. "Right eventually loops back toward town." She hesitated only a moment before veering left. The path narrowed, trees crowding closer on either side. The four-wheeler's track was the only mark on the pristine snow, which meant no one else had been foolish enough to venture out here tonight. We rode for another 10 minutes, the engine's roar echoing off the snow-laden pines. The marsh stretched out to our right, frozen over, but treacherous beneath its white blanket. To our left, the forest grew denser, branches hanging low with the weight of fresh snow. Natalie slowed again, this time to navigate around a fallen branch. "Should we head back soon?" she called. I checked my watch. We'd been out for nearly 45 minutes. "Yeah, probably smart. Snow's getting heavier." She nodded, and we continued forward, planning to take the next connecting path that would loop us back toward home. The four-wheeler's engine rumbled steadily as we cruised along the dike, its sound the only disruption in the winter stillness. Then Natalie's body stiffened against me. The four-wheeler slowed, then stopped completely. The engine idled, purring beneath us. "What's wrong?" I asked, peering around her shoulder. She didn't answer. Instead, she raised one hand and pointed straight ahead. I followed her finger and felt my breath catch in my throat. About 50 yards ahead of us on the path stood something that didn't belong in our world. At first, my brain struggled to process what I was seeing. A bear. No, too tall, too upright. A person in a bulky winter coat. No person stood that large. The thing was enormous, easily 8 feet tall. It stood directly in the center of the narrow dike path, its massive frame silhouetted against the darkness beyond. Our headlight wasn't high enough to illuminate its face, but I could make out a broad, muscular chest and arms that hung unnaturally long at its sides. Its entire body was covered in thick hair. Not fur exactly, but hair. A light brown color, with what looked like a lighter, almost white undercoat that became visible when the wind gusted. Neither Natalie nor I spoke. I couldn't even hear her breathing. Had mine stopped too? The four-wheeler's engine continued to idle, a distant mechanical sound that seemed disconnected from this moment of impossibility. The creature hadn't moved since we spotted it. It stood perfectly still, as if it had been waiting for us. Then, slowly, it turned its head and looked directly at us. I felt Natalie's body begin to tremble against mine. Or was that me, shaking? Despite the freezing temperature, sweat broke out across my back, instantly cold and clammy beneath my layers. For what felt like hours, but must have been only seconds, we stared at each other. Two teenagers on a four-wheeler and something that shouldn't exist. I strained to see its face, but the shadows and distance obscured its features. All I could discern was its massive size and that distinctive hair, moving slightly in the wind. Then it moved. Its movement was unlike anything I'd ever seen, not quite human, not quite animal. It sauntered forward a few steps with long, deliberate strides. Its arms swung loosely at its sides, too long, too fluid. There was a confidence in its gait, an ownership of the space it occupied. This was its territory, and we were the intruders. After taking those few steps, it stopped again. It seemed to be studying us as much as we were studying it. The snow continued to fall between us, creating a veil through which this impossible encounter played out. Then, with the same casual deliberation, it turned 90 degrees and walked off the dike path. Its massive form disappeared into the dense forest, swallowed by darkness and falling snow. Neither of us moved. I wasn't sure if I could move. My fingers had locked around Natalie's waist, and my lungs burned from holding my breath too long. Finally, Natalie spoke, her voice a thin whisper. "Did you see that?" The simplicity of her question broke something in me. A hysterical laugh bubbled up, but I choked it back. "Yeah," I managed. "I saw it." She twisted in her seat to look at me, her face pale in the reflected light of the snow. Her eyes were wide, pupils dilated with fear or adrenaline or both. "What was it?" I shook my head. "I don't know." My voice sounded strange, distant. "Not a bear. Not a person," she added. "No, not a person." We fell silent again. The four-wheeler's engine continued its steady rumble. The only normal thing in a world suddenly turned upside down. "We should go," I said finally. Natalie nodded, but didn't move to restart our journey. What if it's still there? What if it's circling around? The thought sent ice through my veins. Whatever that thing was, it moved with purpose, with intelligence. "Turn around," I said. "Go back the way we came." She nodded again and slowly turned the handlebars. The four-wheeler pivoted in a tight circle on the narrow path, the edge of our headlight beam catching the empty forest on either side. No movement, no massive figure watching from between the trees, just snow and darkness. Once we faced the direction we'd come from, Natalie paused. "Ryan," she whispered, "don't tell anyone, not even Mom and Dad." "Why not? They won't believe us. No one will. They'll say it was a bear or a moose or our imagination." She twisted to look at me again. "But we know what we saw." I nodded slowly. She was right. Whatever we'd just encountered, trying to explain it to others would only lead to ridicule or concern about our mental state. "Okay, this stays between us." She turned back around and twisted the throttle. The four-wheeler lurched forward, picking up speed as we raced back along the dike. The snow was falling harder now, already beginning to fill in our earlier tracks. I kept my eyes fixed on the path behind us, half expecting to see that tall figure emerge from the trees and give chase. But nothing followed us, at least nothing I could see. We rode in tense silence, much faster than we'd come. Twice the four-wheeler slid on icy patches, and Natalie had to wrestle it back under control. I clung to her, no longer feeling the cold, my mind replaying those moments on loop. The figure standing in our path, its deliberate movements, the way it had looked directly at us before disappearing into the forest. What had we seen? The question bounced around my skull with each bump in the trail. Not a bear. Bears don't stand 8 feet tall on 2 legs for that long. Not a person, unless someone in Hampton Falls had started growing giants in secret. My mind flashed to cryptid stories I'd read online. Bigfoot. The thought seemed ridiculous in the light of day, but here, racing through a dark marsh with the image of that creature fresh in my mind, it didn't seem so far-fetched. After what seemed like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, the lights of town appeared in the distance. Natalie slowed as we approached the maintenance access road that would take us back to the county highway. "Ryan," she said, her voice steadier now. "We need to get our story straight. Where were we tonight?" I thought quickly. "We took the four-wheeler out to test the new snow tires Dad put on, stayed on the logging roads behind the house." She nodded. "Good. That's close enough to the truth." "What about the mud?" I asked, pointing to the splatter along the sides of the four-wheeler. The marsh dikes were known for their distinctive red clay. "We'll wash it off at the gas station. They have that pressure washer." 20 minutes later, we pulled into our driveway, the four-wheeler clean, and our story rehearsed. Mom and Dad's truck wasn't back yet. We'd made it home before them, just as Natalie had predicted. We stored the Arctic cat in the garage and hung the keys back on their hook. Inside the house, I peeled off my cold, stiffened outer layers, while Natalie built up the fire Dad had left banked in the fireplace. Neither of us spoke about what we'd seen. It was as if saying it aloud again would make it more real, would force us to truly confront the impossibility of it. Instead, we sat in front of the fire, warming our hands, and pretending to watch whatever mindless reality show Natalie had turned on. When our parents' truck pulled in 45 minutes later, we were the perfect picture of ordinary teenagers on a boring winter night. "House still standing?" Dad joked as he stomped snow from his boots in the entryway. "Everything's fine," Natalie answered, not looking away from the TV. "Quiet night." I nodded in agreement, ignoring the weight of the lie and the heavier weight of what we'd encountered. That night, I lay awake in bed, staring at the ceiling. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that figure standing on the dike path, its long arms hanging at its sides, its head turning deliberately to stare at us. I heard every creak of our old farmhouse, every whistle of the wind outside my window. What if it followed us home? What if it was out there right now, looking up at my window, wondering about the two humans who had invaded its territory? Sleep, when it finally came, was thin and restless. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. Winter melted into spring, then summer. Natalie and I kept our secret. Sometimes I'd catch her looking at me across the dinner table when Dad mentioned the marsh, a silent acknowledgement passing between us. But we never spoke of it, not to each other and certainly not to anyone else. Natalie left for college that fall. I finished high school, then followed her to the state university 2 years later. We grew up, grew apart in some ways, but remained close in others. The night in the marsh faded like an old photograph, still there but less vivid, overwritten by new experiences, new memories. 7 years after that snowy night, during my senior year of college, Natalie came to visit me for the weekend. We sat in my cramped apartment, sharing a pizza and catching up. She'd graduated the year before and taken a job with an environmental consulting firm in Chicago. I was finishing my degree in computer science, already fielding job offers. After a couple of beers, the conversation turned to Hampton Falls and our childhood there. "Remember that time we took Dad's four-wheeler out to the marsh?" she asked suddenly, her voice casual but her eyes intent on mine. My stomach tightened. It was the first time either of us had directly referenced that night since it happened. "Yeah," I said cautiously. "I remember." She took another sip of beer, her gaze never leaving my face. "What do you remember seeing?" I hesitated. 7 years was a long time. Memory plays tricks. What if what I remembered wasn't what had actually happened? What if what I'd spent years convincing myself was real had been nothing more than teenage imagination fueled by darkness and forbidden adventure? But something in Natalie's expression told me this mattered, so I told her, detail by detail, exactly what I remembered. The height of the creature, the color and texture of its hair, the way it moved, how it looked directly at us before walking off the path. When I finished, Natalie's face had gone pale. She set her beer down with a shaking hand. "That's exactly what I remember," she whispered. "Exactly, Ryan. Every detail." A chill ran through me, despite the warmth of my apartment. "You thought I'd remember it differently?" She nodded. "I've spent years telling myself I exaggerated it in my memory, that it was probably just a bear or even a person in the distance, made larger by fear and poor visibility. But that's not what we saw," I said quietly. "No." She met my eyes. "That's not what we saw." We fell silent, the weight of our shared memory hanging between us. After all these years, we still had no explanation for what we'd encountered that night in Macmillan Marsh. But we had each other's confirmation. Whatever it was, we had both seen it, and we remembered it the same way. "Do you ever think about going back?" she asked finally. "To the marsh, I mean." I thought about it for a moment. Did I want to return to the place where I'd encountered something that defied explanation? Did I want to risk seeing it again? Or worse, not seeing it and having to question whether it had ever been real at all? "I don't know," I answered honestly. "Part of me wants to know if it's still there. Part of me is afraid to find out." Natalie nodded, understanding in her eyes. Yeah, me too. We didn't make any plans to return to the marsh that night, or in the years that followed. But sometimes, when the snow falls heavy and silent outside my window, I find myself thinking about that narrow dike path through Macmillan Marsh. I wonder if it's out there still, that tall figure with the long arms and deliberate stride. I wonder if it remembers us too, the two teenagers who ventured into its domain on a snowy winter night and lived to keep its secret. Story 12. I've always been comfortable in the woods. Been hunting these hills around Sulphur Canyon since I was 12 years old, following my daddy through the underbrush before I was old enough to carry my own rifle. 23 seasons I'd spent tracking game through these mountains, and I thought I knew every inch of this land, every sound the forest could make. But what happened last November changed everything I thought I knew about these woods and what might be living in them. The morning started like any other hunting trip. Me, Hank Dobson and the Milner brothers, Dale and Leroy, had set out before dawn from our cabin, the air crisp with that late autumn bite that settles into your bones. The forecast called for snow later, but the morning sky was clear enough as we split up to cover more ground. I headed west toward the ridge overlooking Sulphur Canyon, my 30-06 slung over my shoulder, the familiar weight of comfort as I picked my way through the trees. "Meet back at the clearing by 3, Hank had said before we separated. "Snow's coming in faster than they said. Don't want nobody stuck out after dark." I'd nodded, watching my breath cloud in front of my face. Got my radio if anything comes up. By noon, I'd spotted a decent-sized buck moving along the western slope. Not a trophy, but solid meat for the freezer. I tracked him for nearly an hour, moving quiet as I could over the leaf litter, keeping downwind. When I finally got my shot, the deer was about 80 yards out, broadside, perfect. I lined up, exhaled slowly, and squeezed the trigger. The rifle kicked against my shoulder, the sound echoing across the canyon. The buck dropped clean. A good, ethical kill, straight through the lungs. I worked my way down to where he lay, the first few snowflakes beginning to fall from the darkening sky above. Field dressing a deer is messy work. I pulled on my rubber gloves and set to it, the warm blood steaming in the cold air as I worked. The snowfall picked up while I gutted him, big fat flakes that stuck to my shoulders and melted on my neck. By the time I finished, a good inch had accumulated on the ground, and the woods had gone quiet in that special way they do when snow dampens every sound. I stood up, stretching my back. The deer wasn't huge, but dragging him back to the trail would still be a chore. I pulled out my radio to call the others for help, but got nothing but static. The ridgeline must have been blocking the signal. That's when I noticed the figure. Across the canyon, maybe a quarter-mile away, something was moving down the opposite slope. The snow was coming down harder now, limiting visibility, but I could make out what I assumed was a person walking deliberately through the trees. Had to be one of my buddies, I figured. Maybe Leroy, since he'd mentioned wanting to check out that eastern ridge. I raised my arm and waved. But whoever it was gave no indication they'd seen me. They continued moving with purpose, not quite toward me, but in a path that would intersect mine if we both kept going. I decided to head that way. 4 hands would make the drag a whole lot easier than 2. "Hey!" I called out, my voice swallowed by the snow and the vastness of the canyon. No response. I started walking, leaving my rifle propped against a nearby tree. Didn't want to be lugging that thing while trying to wave down Leroy. The snow was falling in earnest now, coating the ground in thick white, muffling my footsteps. I'd closed maybe half the distance when something about the figure made me slow down. The way it moved wasn't right. Too fluid, too efficient. No human walks like that, especially not through woods in hunting gear. And as I got closer, I realized it was tall. Much taller than Leroy or any of us. At about 50 yards, I stopped dead in my tracks. This was not one of my hunting companions. The figure had paused too, and seemed to be looking in my direction. We stood like that for several heartbeats, separated by falling snow and silence. Then it moved again, angling more directly toward me. Every instinct told me to turn and run back to my rifle. But curiosity, or maybe some kind of bizarre paralysis, kept me rooted to the spot. The figure continued its approach, moving with unsettling grace through the trees. At about 35 yards, I could finally see it clearly. I've never felt blood drain from my face before, but I did then. A cold flush that started at my scalp and raced downward, leaving me lightheaded and unsteady. The creature, because it wasn't a man, couldn't be a man, stood perfectly erect at well over 7 feet tall. It was covered head to toe in thick fur, a silvery coyote color, maybe 3 inches long all over its body. The build was powerfully muscled, with shoulders much broader than any human's and a barrel chest that tapered to a narrower waist. Its arms hung longer than a man's would, ending in what looked like hands with opposable thumbs, though I couldn't make out the details at that distance. But it was the face that stopped my heart for a second. Undeniably human-like features stared back at me from beneath that fur. A distinct brow ridge. A nose, flatter and wider than a human's, but unmistakably a nose. A mouth, closed now but clearly defined. And the eyes, God, the eyes. Dark, intelligent, and right now filled with what looked exactly like surprise. We stared at each other. Snow fell between us, the only movement in a frozen world. My mind scrambled to categorize what I was seeing. Bear? No. Completely wrong posture and face. Man in a suit? The movements were too natural, the proportions all wrong. The strangest thing was that I felt no threat from it. No aggression radiated from the creature. If anything, it seemed embarrassed, like I'd caught it doing something it shouldn't. There was intelligence in that gaze, consciousness, that was unmistakable and deeply unsettling. For several seconds, we just looked at each other, locked in mutual shock. Then, without any warning, it turned and retreated into the trees, not running exactly, but moving with purpose, quickly disappearing into the thickening snowfall and the darkness of the forest. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my heart hammering against my ribs. Had I really seen what I thought I'd seen? The creature had been so clear, so solid, not some shadow or trick of the light. I looked down at the snow where it had stood. From my position, I couldn't see any tracks, but I knew they'd be there. Part of me wanted to follow, to confirm what I'd witnessed. The more sensible part reminded me that my rifle was back with my deer, and the snow was falling heavier by the minute. I needed to get back to what I knew, to something normal and concrete. I turned and walked back to my kill site, looking over my shoulder every few steps. The woods felt different now, charged with possibility and secrets. The familiar landscape of pines and oaks had become alien territory. When I reached my deer, I grabbed my rifle first, checking that it was loaded. Then I tried the radio again. Still nothing but static. I glanced at my watch, just past 2. I had about an hour to drag this deer to our meeting point, assuming I could even find it in this weather. I fashioned a quick drag rope from the cord in my pack and began the laborious process of hauling the carcass through the snow. Every sound in the forest made me twitch. A branch cracking under the weight of snow, the distant call of a crow. My eyes kept scanning the tree line, looking for that tall, fur-covered figure. The physical labor helped ground me. I focused on my breathing, on the burn in my shoulders and thighs as I pulled the deer across increasingly snow-covered ground. The familiar routine of the hunt started to reassert itself, and I began to question what I'd seen. Maybe stress, maybe a trick of the light and snow, maybe my mind playing tricks, but then I'd remember those eyes, that moment of mutual recognition, and I knew it had been real. I reached our meeting point about 15 minutes late. Hank was already there, looking worried and stomping his feet against the cold. Jesus, Travis was about to come looking for you, he said, helping me with the deer. Got a nice one, huh? Yeah, I said, still distracted. Where are Dale and Leroy? Dale's back at the cabin already, twisted his ankle about an hour in. Leroy's over by that stand of pines, field dressing his doe. I looked where Hank pointed, seeing Leroy's orange hunting vest through the trees, so all three of them were accounted for. Whatever I'd seen hadn't been one of my companions. You all right? Hank asked, studying my face. Looked like you've seen a ghost. I almost told him right then. The words were on my tongue. But something held me back. The experience felt too raw, too personal somehow, and I knew how it would sound. A wild man creature in the woods. They'd think I'd lost my mind. Just tired, I said instead. This guy put up a chase. We loaded the deer onto our makeshift sled and headed back toward the cabin. The snow was several inches deep now, and the woods had that muffled quality that comes with heavy snowfall. Leroy joined us as we passed, his doe already dressed and ready for transport. Good day all around, he said, grinning through his beard. Weather aside. Back at the cabin, we hung our deer in the shed and went inside to warm up. Dale had a fire going, his ankle propped up on a pile of cushions. We shed our wet clothes and settled in with coffee spiked with whiskey, sharing stories of the day's hunt. Saw a big old bear track up by Rucker Stream, Dale said. Fresh, too. Big fella. Bear should be denning up by now, Hank replied, frowning. Late in the season to be out. That's what I thought, but the track was clear as day in the mud. I sipped my coffee, listening to them debate about bear habits. My mind kept drifting back to the creature. Not a bear. Not anything I recognized from 20-plus years in these woods. Travis bagged a nice buck, Leroy said, nudging me. Gonna tell us about it, or you just gonna stare into that cup all night? I looked up, realizing everyone was watching me. Sorry, just tired. Man's earned his rest, Hank said. That's a steep haul back from where you were. We ate dinner, venison from last year's hunt, potatoes and canned beans, and drank more whiskey as the storm raged outside. The cabin creaked and settled in the wind, and I found myself staring out the windows into the darkness more than once, wondering what else might be out there in the storm. That night, I couldn't sleep. I lay on my bunk listening to Dale's snoring and the wind outside, replaying the encounter over and over, those eyes, that moment of shared surprise. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it standing there in the snow, regarding me with a gaze that was too knowing, too aware. By morning, I'd made up my mind to tell them. We were halfway through breakfast when I finally spoke up. I saw something strange yesterday, I started, setting down my fork, out by the western ridge. They all looked at me, curious. I took a deep breath and recounted the experience as plainly as I could. The strange figure, the height, the fur, the face and eyes that were almost human. I told them how we'd stared at each other before it walked away. When I finished, there was silence. Hank and Dale exchanged glances. Leroy stared at his plate. You sure it wasn't just a bear standing up? Dale finally asked. They can look mighty human-like when they're on their hind legs. I shook my head. It wasn't a bear. It walked completely upright the whole time, moved like a person. And the face. I trailed off, remembering those intelligent eyes. Could have been someone playing a prank, Hank suggested, though I could tell from his tone he didn't believe that either. In this weather? Miles from anywhere? I shook my head again, and the way it moved. Nobody in a costume moves like that. Leroy cleared his throat. My granddaddy used to talk about something in these woods. Called it the tall stranger. Said he saw it once when he was young, out checking trap lines. Described it just like you did. Tall, fur-covered, walked like a man. We all stared at Leroy. You never mentioned this before, Hank said, an edge to his voice. Leroy shrugged. Thought it was just an old man's story, something to scare us kids out of wandering too far, but the way Travis described it... A heavy silence fell over the cabin. Outside, the world was blanketed in white, the storm having dropped nearly a foot of snow overnight. "So what now?" Dale asked. "We going after this thing?" "No," I said quickly, surprising myself with the forcefulness in my voice. "No, we leave it be." They all looked at me. "It wasn't threatening," I explained. "It seemed, I don't know, surprised to be seen, embarrassed almost. It had every chance to come at me if it wanted, but it just walked away." Hank studied me for a long moment. "You sound like you're protecting it." Maybe I was. The memory of those eyes, that flash of mutual recognition, stayed with me. Whatever I'd seen wasn't just an animal. There had been something more there. Understanding. Awareness. "I'm just saying it didn't bother me, so maybe we shouldn't bother it," I said. After some debate, we agreed to finish our hunt as planned, but stick closer together. No one wanted to admit it, but the mood had changed. The easy camaraderie of yesterday had been replaced with a watchful tension. Every noise in the woods would make us jump now, wondering. We hunted that day, sticking to the eastern slopes, away from where I'd had my encounter. No one saw anything unusual, but I noticed how often my companions scanned the tree line, how their hands stayed closer to their rifles. That night, our last at the cabin, conversation was subdued. We cleaned our gear and packed up the dressed deer, preparing for the drive home in the morning. No one brought up what I'd seen again, but it hung in the air between us, unspoken. As I lay in my bunk that final night, listening to the occasional creak of the cabin settling, I found myself not afraid, but curious. What was that creature doing out there? How many of them were there? Had they always been in these woods, watching us as we moved obliviously through their territory? And what did it think of me, this human with a rifle, who had locked eyes with it across a snowy clearing? I've been back to Sulphur Canyon many times since that day. Each trip I find myself scanning the opposite ridge, hoping for another glimpse. I've never seen the creature again, but sometimes when I'm alone in the woods, I get the distinct feeling I'm being watched. Not with malice, but with the same curiosity I feel. These mountains hold secrets. I've accepted that now. And sometimes, on snowy days when the world goes quiet, I think about those intelligent eyes, regarding me with surprise, and I wonder who was really the stranger in the woods that day. Story 13. I never believed in monsters. That was my brother Hank's department. While he devoured tabloid stories about Nessie and Mothman, I kept my mind on practical things. My logging job, my truck payments, my weekend hunts. But what happened at Buckhorn Lake changed everything for me, changed it permanently. The morning started normal enough. November 12th, just after dawn. I remember checking my watch as we parked the truck at the old logging road turnout, 5:47 a.m. The temperature gauge showed 28 degrees, perfect hunting weather. "Should be some decent buck movement today," I said, shouldering my Remington 30-06. Hank nodded, breath fogging in front of his face. "Wind's right too." We'd been hunting these woods since we were kids. Our dad brought us to this same spot when I was 12 and Hank was 10. After Dad passed 4 years back, we kept the tradition going. 2 weeks every November in the mountains around Buckhorn Lake, Idaho. The frost crunched under our boots as we moved through the pines. Early light filtered through the branches, casting long shadows across the forest floor. We didn't talk much, just hand signals and nods, the kind of silent communication brothers develop after years in the woods together. About a mile in, we reached a small clearing we'd used as a waypoint for years. "Hold up," Hank whispered, dropping to one knee. I stopped, scanning the tree line for movement. "Look at this," he said, pointing at the ground. I crouched beside him. The frost-covered earth showed clear impressions. Footprints, not deer, not bear. Footprints. "Someone's out here barefoot?" I asked, confused. Hank shook his head. "Foster, look at the size." I studied the tracks more carefully. There were two distinct sets. The smaller prints were delicate, about 6 inches long, a child's footprint. The larger ones stopped me cold. They measured at least 14 inches, with 5 distinct toes clearly visible. Each impression sank deep into the soil, much deeper than our boot prints beside them. "What the hell makes a track like that?" I whispered. Hank didn't answer. He just looked at me, eyes wide. I pulled out my hunting knife and laid it beside one of the larger prints for scale. The print dwarfed my 8-inch blade. "The stride length," Hank said, moving between 2 of the larger prints. "It's over 3 feet." He was right. Whatever made these tracks took steps twice the length of mine. "Could be a hoax," I said, examining the edges of one impression. But I didn't believe it. The soil compression looked natural. The toe imprints varied in depth. This wasn't made with a fake foot. "Let's follow them," Hank said. I hesitated. We'd come to hunt deer, not track, whatever this was. But curiosity got the better of me. "Just for a bit," I agreed. "Then we get back to hunting." The tracks told a strange story. The smaller prints meandered around the clearing in circles, like a child playing. The larger prints sometimes overlapped them, following the same path. Both led toward the east side of the clearing, heading in the direction of the lake. We followed carefully, rifles ready. I told myself it was for protection against bears, but deep down I knew these weren't bear tracks. After about a quarter-mile, the forest opened up to a rocky outcrop overlooking Buckhorn Lake. The water stretched out below us, still and silver in the morning light. The tracks led right to the edge of the outcrop, then veered north along the ridgeline. "Foster," Hank called from 20 yards ahead. "You need to see this." I jogged to catch up, finding him standing before a large overhanging rock. Beneath it was a recess in the earth, an alcove or shallow cave. The ground around it was disturbed, like something had been digging or clearing the area. Both sets of tracks led directly inside. The smell hit me first. Damp earth, sure, but also something else. A musky, wet fur smell, and underneath that something metallic. Blood. "Something's been living here," Hank whispered. I nodded, crouching to look inside. The alcove extended about 8 feet back. It was dark, but I could make out depressions in the dirt floor, like something large had been sleeping there. Along one wall, I noticed a pile of something. I pulled out my flashlight and shined it inside. "Jesus," I breathed. Bones. Small animal bones. Some looked like rabbit, others like fox or marmot, all cleaned of meat. In the center of the pile gleamed something white and curved, a deer antler snapped clean off at the base. Hank knelt beside me. "Bears don't collect bones like this." "Mountain lions sometimes cache kills," I said. But even as the words left my mouth, I knew that wasn't right. Mountain lions didn't make humanoid footprints. A sound cut through the quiet morning air, a low, guttural noise somewhere between a growl and a moan. It rolled through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. We both froze. "What was that?" Hank whispered. I shook my head, heart hammering against my ribs. "Not a bear, not a cougar." Another sound followed, deliberate branch snapping, just beyond our line of sight up the ridge. "It knows we're here," Hank said. I pulled my binoculars from my pack and scanned the ridge beyond the alcove. At first I saw nothing but trees and rocks. Then movement caught my eye. Between 2 large pines stood a figure, tall, at least 7 feet, broad shoulders, dark matted hair covering its body. It wasn't hiding, not really. It stood partially obscured by the trees, but it was watching us, watching me through my binoculars as I watched it. For several seconds, we locked eyes. I couldn't make out its face clearly at that distance, but I could feel its gaze. Then, without rushing, it simply stepped backward and disappeared into the shadows of the forest. Do you see it? Hank whispered urgently. It's gone now, I said, lowering the binoculars with shaking hands. But it was there, on the ridge. What was it? A bear? I shook my head firmly. Not a bear. It was standing, on two legs, watching us. Hank's face went pale. Like a man. Like a man, but not a man. Much bigger, covered in hair. We stood in silence for a long moment, both processing what this meant. We should go, I finally said. For once, Hank didn't argue. We backed away from the alcove slowly, rifles ready, eyes scanning the trees. Neither of us turned our backs to the ridge until we reached the clearing again. We walked faster than we should have, making too much noise, but I didn't care. I wanted distance between us and that place. The sun was fully up now, but the forest felt darker somehow. What do you think the smaller tracks were? Hank asked as we hurried along. A child? The thought made my stomach turn. I don't know. Could it have taken a kid? From one of the campgrounds, maybe. Don't, I said sharply. Let's just get back to the truck. We reached the logging road without speaking again. Only when the truck came into view did I feel like I could breathe normally. As we stowed our gear, Hank finally asked the question hanging between us. You think it was a Bigfoot, don't you? I slammed the truck's tailgate closed. I don't know what it was. But it wasn't a bear. No, I admitted. It wasn't a bear. We drove back to our cabin in silence. The digital clock on the dashboard read 8:22 a.m. Less than 3 hours had passed since we entered the woods, but it felt like days. At the cabin, I poured us each a finger of whiskey, despite the early hour. We sat at the small kitchen table, warming our hands around the glasses. We should report it, Hank said. I laughed without humor. Report what? That we saw Bigfoot? They'll think we're crazy. Not Bigfoot. The small tracks. If there's a kid out there... He had a point. If there was any chance a child was involved, we had a responsibility. Fine, I agreed. We'll talk to Sheriff Daniels, but we stick to the facts, the tracks, the alcove. Nothing about what I saw. Hank nodded. Agreed. We finished our drinks and drove into town. The sheriff's office was a small brick building on Main Street. Sheriff Tom Daniels had been in charge for as long as I could remember. His father had been sheriff before him. The deputy at the front desk, a young guy named Keith I recognized from high school, looked up as we entered. Foster, Hank, he nodded. Deer season treating you well? Is the sheriff in? I asked, ignoring the question. Keith must have noticed something in my tone. He straightened up. Yeah, he's in his office. Everything okay? We need to talk to him, I said. A minute later, we were sitting across from Sheriff Daniels. He was in his 60s now, grey-haired but still fit, with sharp eyes that missed nothing. What brings you boys in? He asked, leaning back in his chair. I explained about the tracks, both sets. I described the alcove and the bones we found. I didn't mention the figure I'd seen or the sounds we'd heard. Just the facts, like we agreed. The sheriff listened without interrupting. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. And you're sure these weren't bear tracks? Bears can look mighty strange when they're walking upright. I've been hunting these woods for 30 years, I said. I know bear tracks. These had 5 distinct toes, human-shaped. Sheriff Daniels sighed. And the smaller tracks? You think they might be a child's? Hank nodded. About the size of a 6 or 7-year-old. There haven't been any missing children reports, the sheriff said. Not in this county or any of the surrounding ones. Maybe they haven't been reported missing yet, Hank pressed. The sheriff leaned forward. Look, I appreciate you boys coming in. I do. But what exactly are you suggesting? I met his gaze. We're not suggesting anything. We're reporting what we found. Fair enough, he said. I'll send Keith out there to take a look. Can you mark the location on a map for me? I sketched out the route to the clearing and the alcove on a map he provided. It felt strange, drawing a path to the place, like I was sending someone else into danger. "One more thing," the sheriff said as we stood to leave. "Have you told anyone else about this?" "No," I answered. "Just you." He nodded, seeming relieved. "Keep it that way. Last thing we need is rumors spreading and people panicking over nothing." But it wasn't nothing. We all knew it. Back in the truck, Hank turned to me. "He doesn't believe us." "No," I agreed. "He doesn't. But he's still sending Keith to check." "Yeah." We drove back to the cabin in silence. The question of whether to continue our hunting trip hung in the air, unasked. "I'm going back out there tomorrow," I finally said as we pulled up to the cabin. Hank looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "Why the hell would you do that?" "Because I need to know." "Know what, if Bigfoot is real?" I gripped the steering wheel tightly, staring out at the trees surrounding our cabin. "I need to know if those small tracks belong to a child." Hank was quiet for a moment. "I'll go with you." That night, I barely slept. Every sound from the woods outside made me tense. Wind in the trees, an owl's call. Normal forest noises that never bothered me before now set my nerves on edge. When I did sleep, I dreamed of the figure on the ridge. In my dream, it came closer, step by step, until I could see its face clearly. But when I woke with a start at 4 a.m., I couldn't remember what it looked like. We got an earlier start the next day, 5 a.m. The temperature had dropped overnight, down to 22 degrees. A light snow had fallen, just enough to dust the ground. "The tracks will be covered," Hank said as we drove to the trailhead. "Maybe not completely," I replied, "and we have the map I drew for the sheriff." We parked in the same spot as yesterday. The forest was silent, still dark. Our headlamps cut through the gloom as we started down the trail. I felt exposed in a way I never had before in these woods. The trees that had always been comforting now seemed to hide threats. Every shadow might conceal something watching us. "You really think Keith came out here yesterday?" Hank asked. "If the sheriff told him to, he would have." "You think he found anything?" I shrugged. "We'll know soon enough." The clearing appeared ahead, now covered in a light blanket of snow. But as we entered the open space, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Tracks, fresh ones. The snow had preserved them perfectly. The same giant footprints we'd seen yesterday, now leading in a direct line from the forest edge, straight across the clearing toward the lake. "It came back," Hank whispered. I knelt to examine one print. The snow had captured every detail. 5 toes, an arch, a broad heel. Unmistakably foot-shaped, but massive. "Where are the smaller tracks?" Hank asked, scanning the ground. I looked around but saw only the large prints. "They're not here." We followed the fresh tracks, moving cautiously. They led directly to the rocky outcrop, just like yesterday. "Foster!" Hank called from ahead. "The alcove!" I jogged to catch up, rifle ready. The alcove looked different. The pile of bones was gone. The depressions in the earth had been smoothed over. It looked cleaned out. "It moved," I said. "Whatever was living here moved." A red strip of plastic caught my eye at the entrance to the alcove. Police tape, torn and trampled. "Keith was here," I said, picking up the tape, "and it came back after he left." Hank nodded. "Let's check the ridge." We climbed carefully, following the large tracks up the slope. They led us through dense trees to another outcrop, with a view of the entire lake. "Foster," Hank said, his voice tight. "Look." On the ground was a sheriff's department patch, torn from a uniform. Beside it, a shell casing from a service pistol, and blood, dark spots in the snow leading away into the trees. "Jesus Christ," I breathed. "It got Keith." Hank's face had gone pale. "We need to go, now." I nodded, but something caught my eye. Movement at the lake's edge, far below. I raised my binoculars. At first, I couldn't process what I was seeing. The large figure from yesterday stood at the water's edge. 7 feet tall at least, broad-shouldered, covered in dark hair. But not alone. Beside it stood a smaller figure, child-sized, but not a human child. It had the same proportions as the larger creature, the same coating of dark hair, though lighter in color. As I watched, the smaller one bent to splash in the shallow water. "Hank," I whispered, handing him the binoculars, "look at the lake." He took them with shaking hands. "Oh my God," he said after a moment. "It's a young one." "I think so." The large creature suddenly stiffened, head turning in our direction. Even at this distance, I felt its awareness of us like a physical thing. It reached down, gently touching the smaller one's shoulder. Both figures then moved with surprising speed into the tree line on the far side of the lake, disappearing from view. "It's protecting its young," I said quietly. Hank lowered the binoculars. "We need to tell the sheriff about Keith." I nodded, but part of me already knew it was too late for the deputy. We retraced our steps quickly, not stopping until we reached the truck. As I started the engine, Hank finally spoke. "What do we tell the sheriff? The truth?" I stared out at the forest. "What is the truth, Hank? That Bigfoot killed his deputy? That there's a Bigfoot family living at Buckhorn Lake?" "I don't know, but Keith is missing." I nodded slowly. "We tell him about the tracks, the alcove being cleared out, finding Keith's patch and the blood. We don't mention what we saw at the lake." "Why not?" I thought about the way the large creature had touched the smaller one's shoulder, the gentleness of that gesture. "Because they'll hunt it down," I said. "They'll bring in the state police, FBI, everyone, and they'll kill it." "It might have killed Keith," Hank reminded me. "Or Keith might have fired first." We drove to the sheriff's office in silence. What followed was 6 hours of questioning, first by Sheriff Daniels, then by state police detectives. We told them about finding the police tape, Keith's patch, the blood. Search teams were organized, helicopters were called in. They found Keith's body 2 days later, deep in the woods on the far side of the lake. Official cause of death, animal attack. Most likely a bear, according to the medical examiner, though he noted some inconsistencies with typical bear attacks. The search teams found the alcove, but no sign of the large tracks. A winter storm rolled in the day after Keith's body was recovered, dropping 2 feet of snow and ending the search season. Hank and I never went back to Buckhorn Lake. We sold the cabin the following spring. Neither of us had the heart for hunting anymore. I never told anyone else what I saw through those binoculars. Not even Hank knows that I sometimes dream about it, the large figure and the small one, slipping away into the forest together. In my dreams, I understand that the wilderness holds secrets older and deeper than humans can comprehend. I used to not believe in monsters. Now I know better. But I also understand that the true monsters aren't always the ones hiding in the woods. Story 14. My hands fumbled with the flashlight as I tried to get my bearings. The campground looked different at night, all sharp shadows and unfamiliar shapes. My boyfriend Rick had insisted we'd have plenty of time to set up before dark, but his old Chevy had other ideas. A blown radiator hose left us stranded outside Bayfield for 3 hours, and now here we were, pitching our tent by flashlight beam. "I'm going to start inflating the mattress," Rick called out, his voice muffled as he dug through our camping gear. "Should take about 10 minutes. "Okay," I replied, stretching my back after the long drive. "I think I'm going to take a quick walk, get the car kinks out." Rick glanced up, his face half lit by the lantern. "Don't go far, Sarah. It's pitch black out there." I patted my pocket. "Got my flashlight. Just need 5 minutes to myself." The narrow trail headed north from our campsite, disappearing quickly into the dense trees. The July air hung thick and warm around the campground, but as soon as I stepped onto the path, the temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. The woods had that distinctive northwood smell, pine needles, damp earth, and something vaguely mossy. I'd grown up in Washburn, just south of the Apostle Islands, and had camped here plenty as a kid. The familiarity of these woods comforted me as my flashlight beam bounced along the path. My muscles loosened with each step, the tension from the long drive melting away. About 50 yards in, something changed. The first thing I noticed was a stillness. The night creatures, the crickets, frogs, and rustling small animals, fell completely silent. The hair on my arms stood up before my brain could process why. Then I heard it. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate footsteps, maybe 20 feet ahead of me in the darkness. I froze, my flashlight beam darting wildly across the trees. The footsteps stopped too. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin and weak. "Someone there?" Nothing. Then, a deep exhalation, like someone letting out a breath through their nose. Not a snort, not a sniff, but a controlled, human-like breath. I swung my light toward the sound, catching nothing but tree trunks and underbrush. The footsteps started again, moving laterally, crossing the path ahead of me. Whatever it was, stepped heavily, breaking sticks and crushing leaves with each movement. But my flashlight beam couldn't find it. "Rick!" I called, louder this time, though I knew he was back at the campsite. "Is that you?" The footsteps paused. Then, with deliberate slowness, they moved directly toward me. My chest tightened. This wasn't right. This wasn't a deer or raccoon. The movements were too calculated, too responsive to my voice. I took one step backward, and the footsteps mirrored me. One step forward. "Who's there?" I tried one last time, my voice cracking. A branch snapped, closer now, and I caught movement in my peripheral vision, something large shifting position to my right. That broke my paralysis. I spun and ran, my flashlight beam bouncing wildly as my feet pounded the dirt path. Behind me, the footsteps immediately gave chase, quick, powerful strides gaining on me with alarming speed. Whatever pursued me wasn't running like a person. The stride was too long, the pace too quick. Each footfall landed with a heavy thud that sent vibrations through the ground. The 50 yards back to the campsite felt like miles. My lungs burned as I sprinted, branches whipping my face as I stumbled down the path. The footsteps kept pace behind me, never more than a few yards back. I burst into the clearing where our campsite sat, gasping for air. "Rick! Rick!" Rick straightened up from the half-inflated air mattress, startled by my entrance. "Sarah? What the hell? There's something—" I pointed back toward the trail, struggling to catch my breath. Something following me. On the trail. Rick grabbed his flashlight and walked to the edge of our sight, shining the beam down the path I'd just fled. "I don't see anything." "It was right behind me," I insisted, still gasping. "Listen." We stood in silence. The woods had returned to normal, crickets chirping, leaves rustling in the light breeze. Whatever had chased me hadn't followed me into the clearing. Rick turned back to me, his expression softening into that look men get when they think a woman is being hysterical. "Probably just a deer, babe. They get curious sometimes." "That wasn't a deer," I said firmly. "It was walking on two legs, and it was big." "A bear, maybe?" "It wasn't a bear." My heart rate was slowing, but the fear remained, hardening into frustration at his dismissal. It moved differently, like it was, I don't know, stalking me. Rick put his arm around my shoulders. "Your imagination's working overtime. We're tired, it's dark. Let's finish setting up and get some sleep." I knew arguing was pointless. Rick was a technical guy, an engineer who believed in what he could see and measure, and right now all he saw was his girlfriend having a panic attack over nothing. I helped finish setting up the tent, but kept glancing back at the trailhead. The feeling of being watched never left me, even after we zipped ourselves into the tent for the night. Rick fell asleep almost immediately, his soft snores filling our small tent. I lay awake for hours, straining to hear any sound outside that matched what I'd heard on the trail. Eventually, exhaustion won out. We spent the next day hiking and kayaking around the islands. In the bright sunlight with other campers and hikers around, my fear from the previous night receded. I didn't mention it again, and Rick seemed to have forgotten all about it. That evening, as we sat around our campfire roasting hot dogs, a park ranger stopped by our site. "Just checking in, folks. Everything good here?" "Great," Rick replied. "Beautiful park you've got." The ranger nodded. "Wanted to let everyone know we've had reports of some unusual wildlife activity. Nothing dangerous, but if you see anything out of the ordinary, give us a call on the emergency phone at the ranger station." My spine stiffened. "What kind of unusual activity?" The ranger shrugged. "Probably nothing. Some hikers reported strange noises last night, likely just a moose passing through the area." After he left, I turned to Rick. "See? Other people heard something too." Rick poked at the fire with a stick. "Sarah, there are hundreds of acres of wilderness here, home to all kinds of wildlife. What you heard was an animal. End of story." I dropped it again, but that night I made sure the tent was zipped tight and I kept my flashlight next to my pillow. The next 6 days passed without incident. We hiked, swam, took pictures, and enjoyed the spectacular cliffs and caves of the islands. By the time we packed up to leave, the encounter on the trail had faded to a strange memory, something I occasionally thought about but no longer feared. "Sarah, it's Mom. Do you have a minute?" I pressed the phone closer to my ear as I navigated the grocery store aisle. It had been a week since we'd returned from the camping trip. "Sure, Mom. What's up?" "I need to ask you something, and it might sound strange." Mom's voice had that careful tone she used when approaching a sensitive subject. "When you were camping at the Apostle Islands, did you experience anything unusual?" My hand froze on the cereal box I'd been reaching for. "What do you mean?" "I didn't want to worry you before your trip, but I was up there the same day you arrived. I went for a day hike with my bird-watching group. I leaned against my shopping cart. You were at the islands." "Why didn't you tell me?" "It was a last-minute thing with the Audubon Society. We weren't staying overnight, and I knew you and Rick wanted your privacy." She paused. "We were on the North Trail system around dusk, and I had the strangest experience." My throat went dry. "What kind of experience?" "I felt like I was being watched. Then I heard something moving in the woods parallel to the trail. Heavy footsteps, too deliberate for a deer or bear." The cereal box slipped from my fingers, landing with a thud in my cart. "Did you see anything?" "No, but I heard it breathing. A deep sound, like someone breathing through their nose. The group was ahead of me and I hurried to catch up. The footsteps followed me for about 100 yards, then stopped when I reached the others." My skin prickled with goosebumps. "Mom, the exact same thing happened to me that night, on a trail near our campsite." Silence stretched between us. Finally, Mom spoke again, her voice quieter. "I've been having dreams about it. I can't shake the feeling that whatever was watching me wasn't normal. Rick thought it was just an animal. Do you believe that?" I remembered the calculated way the footsteps had mirrored mine, how it had responded to my voice, how it gave chase with such purpose. "No, I don't." That conversation with my mom changed everything. If it had just been me, I could have eventually convinced myself it was just my imagination or a common animal encounter. But my mother experienced the same thing, in the same area, on the same day, independently of me. The statistical probability of us both imagining identical encounters was too remote. Over the next few months, I became obsessed with figuring out what had happened. Rick and I broke up that fall, not directly because of the incident, but my growing preoccupation with it didn't help our relationship. I started researching unexplained encounters in northern Wisconsin. What I found shocked me, The Apostle Islands and surrounding Bayfield Peninsula had dozens of reported strange encounters dating back decades. Most were never officially documented, just stories told by locals, passed down through families or shared between hunters. A pattern emerged in these accounts: the feeling of being watched, the deliberate footsteps, the deep breathing, the way whatever it was seemed to study the person before deciding whether to approach or retreat. In January 2006, I attended a small conference in Duluth for people who'd had unexplained encounters in the Northwoods. That's where I met Tom Erickson, a logger from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan who'd been researching Bigfoot encounters in the Great Lakes region for 20 years. "What you experienced is textbook," Tom told me over coffee. "They're curious about us but cautious. They'll often track a person for a while, staying just out of sight." "They?" I asked. "Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever name you prefer." Tom didn't smile or wink as he said it. His weathered face remained completely serious. "The Apostle Islands area has been a hotspot for decades. The Ojibwe have stories about them going back centuries. I'd been careful not to use that word, Bigfoot, even in my own thoughts. It sounded ridiculous, something from tabloid headlines or cheap horror movies. But the more research I did, the more reports I read, the harder it became to dismiss. If these creatures exist, why hasn't anyone captured clear evidence? I asked. Tom shrugged. Some have tried. Most who encounter them don't have cameras ready. And the ones who go looking, well, these beings are smart. They avoid people who are trying to find them. I wasn't looking for anything, I pointed out. Exactly. You were alone, at night, in their territory. A perfect opportunity for them to observe you. After the conference, I connected with 6 other people who'd had encounters in the Apostle Islands region. 3 of them described experiences nearly identical to mine, all on the same network of trails, all within the past 5 years. That summer, I returned to the islands. Not to the campground where Rick and I had stayed, but to a remote hiking trail on the northern tip of the main peninsula. I went alone, against the advice of Tom and the others in the research group that had formed after the conference. I didn't bring cameras or recording equipment. I wasn't trying to capture evidence. I just needed to go back to face whatever had stalked me that night. I hiked until dusk, then set up a small one-person tent in a clearing off the main trail. As darkness fell, I sat outside on a camping stool, a small fire crackling in front of me. The night sounds surrounded me, crickets, frogs, the distant hooting of an owl. I sat, motionless, listening, waiting. Hours passed. My fire burned down to embers. Nothing unusual happened. No footsteps, no feeling of being watched. Just an ordinary night in the Northwoods. As I prepared to turn in, a twig snapped in the darkness beyond my fire's glow. Then another. Deliberate footsteps approaching from the east. I stood slowly, my heart racing but my mind clear. "I know you're there," I called out, my voice steady despite my fear. I came back to understand. The footsteps halted. Silence stretched out, but I could feel a presence just beyond the reach of my dying fire's light. Something large, watching, evaluating. A deep exhalation broke the silence. That same nose-breathing sound I'd heard a year earlier. But this time, it didn't approach further. It didn't retreat either. It simply stood there, observing. For nearly 10 minutes, we remained in this strange standoff, me at the edge of my camp, it in the darkness of the trees. Then, with 3 heavy footfalls that moved away from me, it was gone. The forest sounds gradually returned as whatever had been watching me disappeared into the night. That was 18 years ago. I've returned to the Apostle Islands many times since, sometimes alone, sometimes with others from the research group. I've had 3 more encounters, each brief, each ending the same way, with the entity retreating after a period of observation. I've never seen it clearly. I've never captured evidence that would convince a skeptic. but I know what I experienced, what my mother experienced, what others have experienced in those same woods. Science hasn't acknowledged the existence of these beings, and maybe it never will. But the people who've encountered them know a simple truth. There's something in the remote forests of northern Wisconsin that walks upright, moves with intelligence, and studies humans from the shadows. I don't know if it's a previously undiscovered primate species, as some researchers suggest, or something else entirely. What I do know is that it changed my life that summer night in 2005, setting me on a path I never expected. I still camp alone sometimes, still return to those islands, not out of foolishness or bravery, but because in all my research and all my encounters, I've never found evidence that these beings intend harm. They seem curious, cautious, intelligent, seeking to understand us just as we seek to understand them. The woods hold secrets. Some of them walk on two legs, breathe through their nose, and study us when we think we're alone. I don't know what to call them, but I know they're real as the goosebumps that still rise on my arms when I hear heavy footsteps in the forest at night. Story 15. I knew every nook and cranny of the Sulphur River Wildlife Management Area by the time I turned 13. Pa made sure of that. Lloyd Thornton wasn't a man who believed in raising soft boys. He'd fought his way through the Pacific in 44 and 45, came back with scars he never talked about, and raised me to face the world head-on. That November morning in 1978 started like dozens of others. We loaded the pickup before dawn, me half asleep in the passenger seat, while Pa drove the familiar roads toward our favorite duck blind near Hermit Island. The heater barely worked, and my breath fogged the windows as we bounced down the dirt access road. "Should be good hunting today," Pa said, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. "Barometers dropped. They'll be flying low." He was right. By mid-morning, we'd bagged our limit, 6 mallards and 2 wood ducks. The birds hung heavy from my belt as we trudged back toward the boat ramp where we'd parked the truck. My arms ached from holding the Remington 20-gauge Pa had given me for my birthday, but I didn't complain. Thornton men didn't whine about a hard day's work. The sun had burned through the morning fog, warming the November chill to something almost comfortable. We reached the clearing where we'd left the truck around 11:30. Pa dropped his gear in the truck bed and pulled our lunch cooler from behind the seat. "Hungry?" he asked, handing me a sandwich wrapped in wax paper. "Starving." We sat on the truck's tailgate, legs dangling, chewing bologna sandwiches and sipping Cokes. Birds called from the trees surrounding the small clearing. A woodpecker hammered somewhere nearby. Pa's eyes scanned the tree line. Always alert, always watching. Old habits from the war, I figured. Then it hit me. A smell so foul I nearly gagged on my sandwich, like someone had emptied an outhouse in the summer heat, mixed with the sickly sweet stench of rotting meat. "Jesus Christ," Pa muttered, covering his nose with his sleeve. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the clearing. "You smell that?" I nodded, unable to speak through the wave of nausea. The stench grew stronger, seeming to roll through the clearing like a physical thing. That's when the birds went quiet, not gradually, but all at once, like someone flipped a switch. The forest fell so silent I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. Pa slid off the tailgate, his movements deliberate, unhurried. He reached behind the seat and pulled out his shotgun. I watched him crack it open, check the shells, and snap it closed again. "Pa!" My voice came out higher than I intended. He raised his hand for silence, eyes fixed on something down the newly cut access road. I followed his gaze and felt my blood turn to ice water. 200 yards away, where the road cut through the trees, something moved, something big. At first I thought it might be a bear, but bears don't stand 9 feet tall. Bears don't walk on 2 legs with that kind of purpose. The thing strode across the road with deliberate steps. Each stride covered at least 8 feet. Its body was massive, barrel-chested, covered in patchy hair, rusty red in some spots, black in others, giving it a brindled appearance. The hair wasn't thick and uniform like a bear's, but patchy, almost mangy in places. Its arms hung parallel to the ground, enormous limbs that looked too long for its body. It clutched something small against its chest, though I couldn't make out what. The head sat directly on its shoulders, no neck that I could see, and from the distance it looked oddly shaped, like an old-fashioned dinner bell, as Pa would later describe it. "Don't move," Pa whispered, his voice steady despite the white-knuckle grip on his shotgun. The creature crossed the road in about 10 steps, never turning toward us, never acknowledging our presence. It moved with purpose, like it had somewhere specific to be. When it reached the tree line on the other side, it simply disappeared into the woods, swallowed by the shadows beneath the pines. The stench lingered for several minutes after it vanished. My sandwich lay forgotten on the ground where I'd dropped it. Pa stood motionless, shotgun ready, eyes fixed on the spot where the creature had disappeared. "What was that?" I finally managed to ask. Pa didn't answer immediately. He moved to the cab of the truck, pulled out his hunting knife and tucked it into his belt, then grabbed extra shells from the glove compartment. "Could have been a bear," he said, but his tone made it clear he didn't believe that any more than I did. "Bears don't walk like that," I said. Pa nodded once. "No, they don't. We should have left. Any sensible person would have packed up and headed straight back to Long Slough, but Lloyd Thornton hadn't survived Palayu and Okinawa by running from things that scared him, and I wasn't about to show fear in front of my father. We still got more hunting to do," Pa said, checking his watch. "Got a couple hours of daylight left." I nodded, though my enthusiasm for duck hunting had evaporated. Pa handed me my shotgun, and I followed him back to the boat. We pushed off from the ramp and motored back toward our blind, neither of us mentioning what we'd seen. The afternoon hunt was terrible. No ducks flew. The silence in the woods remained unnatural. No bird calls, no squirrels chattering. Even the water seemed quieter somehow, as if the whole world was holding its breath. Pa sat rigid in the blind, his attention divided between the empty sky and the surrounding woods. By 4 o'clock, with the November sun sliding toward the horizon, Pa finally nodded toward the boat. "Let's head in." The return trip passed in silence. As we loaded our gear into the truck, I finally worked up the courage to ask, "What do you think it was, Pa? For real?" Pa secured his shotgun in the rack behind the seat and stood for a long moment, staring at the darkening woods. "Don't rightly know," he said finally, "but I'll tell you this. I've hunted these woods for 30 years, never seen anything like that." He climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. As we pulled away from the boat ramp, he added, "Some things in this world don't need explaining, Derek. Some things you just see and know they're real, even if nobody believes you." The drive back to Long Slough took 40 minutes. We didn't talk about the creature. Instead, Pa told stories about the war, something he rarely did. Tales of strange lights over the Pacific, of fellow Marines who swore they'd seen things in the jungles of Palayu that couldn't be explained. I understood what he was doing, letting me know I wasn't alone in seeing impossible things. When we got home, Ma had dinner waiting. She asked about our hunt, and Pa showed her the ducks we'd bagged that morning. We ate, watched TV, and went through all the normal routines. But when I went to bed that night, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that massive figure striding across the road, arms swinging, something clutched to its chest. The next morning I found Pa at the kitchen table before dawn, drinking coffee, his hunting journal open in front of him. He'd drawn a rough sketch of what we'd seen. "You telling Ma?" I asked. He shook his head. "Not yet, maybe not ever." He closed the journal. "Going back today." I stared at him. "Back to Hermit Island?" He nodded. "Got some tracking to do." "I'm coming with you," I said. Pa studied me for a long moment, then nodded once. "Get your gear." We left a note for Ma saying we were going fishing and headed back to the wildlife management area. The day was colder than the previous one, the sky overcast and threatening rain. We parked at the same boat ramp and geared up. Shotguns, Pa's hunting knife, a compass, and his old Kodak camera. We find tracks. We photograph them, Pa said. Nobody'll believe us otherwise. We walked down the access road to the spot where we'd seen the creature cross. Pa moved slowly, examining the ground, while I kept watch, jumping at every sound. The woods felt different, threatening somehow, as if we were being watched from every direction. Here, Pa said after 20 minutes of searching. He knelt and pointed to an indentation in the soft earth at the edge of the road. I squatted beside him. The depression was huge, at least 16 inches long and 8 inches wide. It didn't look like any animal track I'd ever seen. There was no clear foot pattern, just a deep impression, as if something incredibly heavy had stepped there. Could be anything, I said, wanting suddenly to be anywhere else. Deer bedding down, maybe. Pa didn't answer. He moved to the tree line, finding more depressions leading into the woods. He snapped several photos, using his hunting knife for scale. We followed the trail for nearly half a mile. The tracks led to a creek where they disappeared. Pa squatted by the water, examining both banks. "Crossed here," he said, pointing to a similar depression on the far side. We waded across, the cold water soaking through my boots. The tracks continued for another quarter-mile before vanishing completely on a rocky ridge. Pa stood on the ridge, surveying the wilderness that stretched before us. Miles of dense forest, swamps, and hidden waterways, perfect hiding places for something that didn't want to be found. "We should head back," I said, suddenly aware of how far we'd come from the truck. Pa nodded. "Got what we came for." On the walk back, Pa talked more than usual. He told me about reports he'd read in hunting magazines, stories from loggers and hunters who claimed to have seen giant, hair-covered creatures in remote forests throughout the country. He'd always dismissed them as tall tales and hoaxes, until now. We reached the truck as a light rain began to fall. Pa stowed our gear and we sat in the cab, the windows fogging from our breath. "We telling anyone?" I asked. Pa thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Who'd believe us? Got no real proof. Just some photos of marks in the ground that could be anything. But we know what we saw," I insisted. "Yes, we do." Pa started the engine, and that's enough for now. We drove home in silence, the windshield wipers beating a steady rhythm. I knew we'd never speak of this to anyone else, not Ma, not my friends, not anyone who hadn't been there to see it with their own eyes. When we got home, Pa developed the photos himself in the basement darkroom he'd built as a hobby. The prints showed nothing conclusive, just indistinct depressions in the earth that could have been made by anything. Without context, they were meaningless. Pa stored the photos and his journal entry in a metal lockbox where he kept his war medals and other important papers. We never returned to that specific hunting spot, though we continued to hunt other areas of the wildlife management area in the years that followed. Life went on. I grew up, graduated high school, moved away to college. Pa's health began to fail. First his heart, then his lungs, damage from years of smoking Pall Malls. When he died in 1991, Ma gave me his lockbox. Among his papers, I found the journal and the photos, along with newspaper clippings about strange sightings in the Sulphur River area dating back to the 1940s. I've spent the years since researching similar encounters. I've read every book, every article, every first-hand account I could find. Some reports match exactly what we saw that day. The height, the brindle-colored hair, the lack of neck, the terrible smell. I've connected with others who've had similar experiences, people who speak in hushed tones about what they've seen in the remote corners of America's wilderness. I still hunt, still spend time in the woods. But I never venture out without a camera and a sidearm, and I never stay after dark if I can help it, because now I know what's out there. I know that the wilderness holds secrets that defy explanation. The scientific world calls it Sasquatch or Bigfoot. The locals around Longslew have other names for it, the swamp ape, the sulphur river monster. Names don't matter much to me. What matters is what Pa and I saw that day in 1978. A creature that shouldn't exist but does, moving through the world with purpose, leaving nothing behind but footprints that disappear in the rain and memories that never fade. I don't expect anyone to believe me. That's not why I'm telling this story. I'm telling it because it happened exactly as I've described it. No embellishments, no exaggerations, just the truth as I witnessed it on a clear November day when I was 13 years old. Some days I wish I could forget what we saw crossing that road, but then I remember what Pa told me on the drive home. Some things in this world don't need explaining, Derek. Some things you just see and know they're real, even if nobody believes you. And he was right. Some things you just know.